Hello, hello. Happy Friday. Hey, Kevin. Adam is working toward the next big goal, Steam's Next Fest on June 9th. We will, yeah, I don't know. Check out the latest demo here. Sure. So I've been doing some thinking about some of this stuff. One, which probably isn't worth talking about just yet, but basically, why am I making YouTube shorts? On Tuesdays, I've been making videos and they don't have to do with Skeleseller. And I think they should probably start having to do with Skeleseller. So anyway, we'll probably talk about that in a little bit. But then the other thing is, I think after launching Checkpoint 7, I was in like scramble mode where I wanted to make constant changes, which meant always tackling the highest priority. I think we can get away from this a little bit. I think we can start doing some stuff that's either fun or interesting and kind of medium priority, maybe even the occasional low priority task just to do something. Because, yeah, one of the problems with tackling the highest priority thing is it's a huge slog. And at some point, we're going to get to the lower priority stuff anyway. Fun in my game development. So I'm not sure what that's going to mean just yet. But what we're going to start with today is PRs. Other than these couple of changes, I made some like tiny thing here. Yeah. Add tiny note to the release instructions. And then I think I fixed a typo or something. What did I do? Oh, this. I know what I changed. Yeah, so people usually are wondering like, how do I level up? But they don't hover over things in the adventurers panel. So this will make the text much more obvious. Now it says to defeat the next elite enemy to be able to level up and unlock your skills. And then assuming you've done that, so let's say I guess we have to start a battle here. Oh, I also got to fix that bug with stupid shaders. God. All right, well, that's, I guess, the first thing we're going to do. All right, now once you've done that, it says defeat the next. So wait, no, why does it say that? Oh, I never went to the canyon because I don't have it because I can't see signs because I can't tell what's going on. All right, now it says build the farm to be able to level up and unlock your skills. And then you build the farm and it just shows you your skill stuff, right? Yeah, level up using wisdom sludge. Yeah, cool. Yeah, so anyway, that's that. Hey, Rami, how you doing? Golem, not yet, I think on the Golem. I think that'll be fun to tackle. And the reason why not the Golem is because it won't make it into the demo. I hit by a car walking home today. I was already halfway through the pedestrian crossing and the guy was on his phone. If it wasn't for cars' emergency brakes and me jumping away, pushing off his hood, I'd be a pancake now. Are you okay? I mean, I get that you're not a pancake, but there are various levels of not a pancake. Hey, human puppet. All right, so clarify wording on how to level up, or clarify wording in adventurer panel. Some players were just scanning for the word level up, words level up. So this should make it stand out a bit more. Hey, who cares? All right, so those things are done. So yeah, I think what we're gonna do, prioritize the PRs, then I think prioritize the shader issue, figure out what we can do here. And the shader issue is this. This isn't impossible, but I gotta say, this is pretty annoying. I filed this issue yesterday. So here's what happened. I started up Skeleseller yesterday because I wanted to do some work. And look at what the game looks like. So you might be like, there's supposed to be a portal there and there's supposed to be a sign there. They are there. I don't know if you can see them. Let me zoom way in for you. There's the sign. It's those like couple of pixels right there. And the portal, same thing. If we zoom out and go over to the portal, it's like you can still see the portal. You just have to zoom to 6400% on top of the already 8x zoom. So this happened without me making any changes. I updated Mac OS and now there's a certain function that's reporting the wrong size. So I reported a bug about this and they said, don't do that. Yeah, so this is unfortunate because we can work around this. It's just another thing that's going to take some time. So, yeah. Hey, Magnetic Bind. And hey, M2. Using the car's problem with the drivers. If it wasn't for the car having emergency braking, it'd be worse. Okay, all good. Good. Yeah. Bruised my thumb a bit after pushing off the hood. Yeah. Man. Well, it can still be scary. Hope it doesn't happen again. It's been another long week. Are they getting better, M2? All right, we are going to be in PR mode now. So there were 3 of these. This one I still need to do this off stream at some point. So we're going to start with this one. And let's copy paste these over to here. Terrain pathing and implement slot controls. I'm excited about the slot controls thing. We shall see in due time though. So let's start with this. Add some functions in environment with ways to create paths in the terrain tile map layer. It also applies it to create the path that leads to the fishing pond. Most interesting aspect is the use of A-star grid 2D to determine the cells that will make up the path between 2 points. By using that, we can more or less be sure the walking entity will use the same pathing. Besides the functional change, add a new debug screen that allows drawing paths. Created this to help me debug the methods. I think it's useful to try out paths that we want to convert to the system. Also tells us the coordinates we're drawing at. Oh, interesting. Okay, so random thoughts without me having tested this yet. We should probably print the coordinates if we're not already doing that, so that we don't need to remember anything. When are the short weeks coming? Is that a question for me? I thought they were, but more work stuff has come up. Looking forward to getting some outside stuff done and working on the layout this weekend as a break. Too tired? I mean, look, that stuff happens. I think it's good to know what your limits are. And this is stuff you want to do, so you'll still be able to do it at some point. I think that's when you run out of energy for stuff you have to do sometimes. It's frustrating because you're like, I have the motivation now. So thinking of adding a copy button, but printing makes more sense and is easier. Yeah. And it's sufficient, I think. Here's the comparison of the pond before and after. Yeah, I think this looks good, except for that one tiny little green thing there. Probably not worth worrying about, though. All right, there are a few things we can do to improve on the system and use it for more stuff. Add settings to control the width. Add settings to add randomness. Use a similar system for things other than paths. Yeah, but pretty cool. Okay, so let's take a look at this. 920. We should not have any changes here. Oh, wait, we have this. Let's sync that first. It's always tedious to do that otherwise, and there's no way that Kevin touched that code. So GHPR checkout 920. All right. I already tested this. Oh, I'm in the wrong project. I already tested this because Kevin had mentioned that I should try this out. So functionality wise, I think things are fine. We're going to be looking at the code and then any other little improvements, like can we print out the coordinates? And even then, I might not even do those now. I think just knowing that they need to happen is probably fine. May need to pull. Oh, yeah, you're right. Whoops. I didn't mean to open that. Let me do this. I think it might. No, yeah, it did. Wait. What? It said already up to date, but it did some stuff. All right. Well, then let's go relaunch that. Thanks for reminding me, by the way. I'm involved in 2 product launches in addition to a cloud migration. Sounds busy. And I do hope things get better. All right, so draw. That's another tiny little thing here. I am going to delete this from here. No fun is to be had here. Yeah, but let's try it out. Where are the coordinates now? Oh, I see. When you click draw path. Yeah. AC do. Fetch a new branch. I gotcha. Oh, by the way, do lines work in any direction? I tried rectangles and they didn't originally, although probably Kevin fixed that. But yeah, this is looking pretty good. Also, interesting that these don't look like radio boxes or radio buttons. Yes, it is now working. I mean, this is just a matter of sorting stuff. I think I tried all 4 directions, but now I'm definitely paying attention. Yeah, they all work. Yeah, rectangle's fixed. Okay, this is pretty good. There's a little thing that might be worth doing, but it's not worth doing now. But like maybe allowing you to, I guess you could still use WASD. I was gonna say allowing you to use middle click drag, but it's not super important. Yeah, this is good enough. Oh, but it's always in screen coordinates anyway. Oh, so the only way you could draw more is by zooming out first and then drawing. I think that's fine, especially because we can just chain coordinates. Yeah, I think it's fine. Can you draw a smiley face? Yes. Oh, it apparently doesn't work up here. I think the higher level terrain doesn't work. There. It's beautiful. Okay, yeah, like I said, functionality is good. Let's look through this stuff. So we got rid of the path here so that this could be drawn dynamically. Interesting. Let's go take a look at that. Town, create fishing pond. Create path between 2 points. Environment start point and end point. Yeah, I see. This is something the fishing pond should probably do. But I guess it needs to be in the environment. But the environment is public. I'll leave this here for now. I think this is fine. But I think eventually we should probably put this in a fishing pond. Higher terrain is not considered, yeah. All right, debug draw screen. I'm not going to pay too close attention to, I think, because I think this is fine. We add an overlay across the whole screen. That's this. Then this is set in code. We get the info label so we can change it. We get a debug menu so we can populate it. This is old code. Is this because the... Wait, what is this doing? That's the existing debug menu? We're using it? Okay. I don't think I understand why, but let's go find out. So let's change this debug menu. Do we have... Yes, we have 2 of these now. So this, if we set the modulate to red, it's here. So are there 2 menus? Is this just for sizing, basically? This menu gets hidden, I guess? This menu isn't visible. Although it looks like it should be visible. Hey, TJ. How's it going? Huh. Other debug menu is where you have the draw path controls. Oh, I see. Okay, they're both just called debug menu. Okay, so yeah. I thought they were both the same component. But this is the... Yeah, I see. Okay, so let's go back to the local view of this. Debug draw screen has its own debug menu. We should probably rename this then to just something like draw menu. Yeah, I think that'd be better. Yeah, I think I'm going to do that. All right, so let's call this draw menu. Because this whole thing is debug, and that way it shows up as 2 separate things. So anywhere that we search for debug menu, which is here, so we just need to turn this into draw menu. Okay. Just slightly less confusing if we ever come back to this. The rest of this stuff, though, I think is totally fine. This is a little weird, but this is probably fine. I just, yeah. All right, let's move on from that then. So we reviewed the first bit and the second bit. Scene paths. Sounds good. Debug, draw, screen. Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is used here. Create, set the instance. That's fine. Yeah. That is fine. Okay, yeah. I was gonna say normally we have an init function. In this case we don't, but create is okay to do that. Anchor trickery. Our vector 2 extension, so we now have a 2 tile chords. Sounds good. Converts this pixel position vector to tile grid coordinates based on the tile size. See tile size in pixels. Chord specified as pixel position. Sounds good. So this is code we already had in town that got simplified, I believe. Let me take a look at that. Because I think we did a whole bunch of like tile. Also, there's some oddities going on there that were there already. Let's take a look. Tile size in pixels. So yeah, this happened all over the place. And now presumably this won't exist there. There were 26 references to it. And now tile size in pixels still has 26 references. Okay, we could probably change this. This does int and then math.floor. This does, yeah, int and math.floor. So yeah, we could make the size as a vector and then call this thing on it. But then we do a bunch of other stuff. Anyway, not super important, although I think I have this written down somewhere. Tile size in pixels. No, I don't think I updated all of them. No, I don't think it's important. I had some other thing written about this. Tile size in pixels. Let me see if I can find it. Create. Maybe I search for divide. I wrote this somewhere. Basically, what we're doing is we're dividing here only to later multiply again. So this is a little bit silly. And I could have sworn I wrote something about this, but I don't know how to find it. Let's see if this works. Ah, here it is. Yeah. Positioning new buildings in town is a little wonky. We fetch sizes in pixels, convert them to tiles, then convert them back to pixels. Keyword, tile, whatever it's called, tile size in pixels. And then what else? So yeah, and then Kevin made a new function that may help here. Vector 2 extensions. Vector 2 extensions dot that. Yeah. Cool. Hey, Stirk. I'm still not sure I ever got how to pronounce your name, so please do share. Yeah. I'm doing well. I'm feeling pretty good. I, you know, I've always kind of said this. If you're ever in a transition period, it's worth identifying that you're in one because you'll probably do things very differently from how you normally do them, but you'll still expect that you'll do things in your old way. So as an example, let's say that you're sick. You're sick for maybe a week. During that week, you're probably not going to be very productive or you're not going to be very active. And that's normal. No one expects you to do those things while you're sick. But if you're still expecting that of yourself, it's going to be a disappointment. So it's like recognize that you're sick. That's a very obvious one. Recognize that you're sick and then act accordingly, right? Just get bed rest or something. It's harder when it's not an obvious physical detriment like being sick. So the transition period here that I'm talking about is we launched the most recent demo. And by that I mean like 0.7. I sure now we're up to 0.7.7 or whatever. But I launched that demo, and what we had to do is transition from prepping for one single demo to like a continuous launch to try to improve it. And since then we've gotten up to whatever number, I don't know what, we've launched like 7 more versions. Well, now I think we have to transition back to let's just work toward the 0.8 launch, which will probably be equal to whenever Next Fest starts, or like shortly before that. Maybe we aim for like June 1st or something. And I didn't really realize that I had made this transition back. So I kept thinking like, man, I'm not really productive lately. Like what's going on? Well, now I think we need to get back into like May should be all about just polishing the demo. We don't need to push very often. I think that the game is in a pretty steady state and we can push often. It's just I shouldn't be aiming for that. So yeah, in general, I'm feeling pretty good. The important part is when your expectations align with reality, I think you'll generally be happier. Can also help to just not have expectations, but that's very hard to live your life that way. Okay, so this looks good. Anywhere we did dividing by tile size in pixels, I guess we could technically go and try to change this. I guess we could just search for game constants. So this is the extension itself. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of this in town. And, oh, wait, that's the only time we ever divide. Every other time we're multiplying. Actually, we could do it the other way around too, I suppose. We could have a vector 2 and have a 2 pixel coordinates. I'm not gonna, I don't really care about that. Yeah, I don't really care about that. How often does that happen? I guess here is an example of when it happens. Yeah, not very important. I believe that already exists. Oh, it does on a vector 2i. Interesting. Yeah, interesting. Hey, Broken Crown. It's Stark. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. All right, I'm gonna write this down. Cool. And now let me just edit this right on Twitch. All right, Stark, thank you for letting me know. Okay, so this is fine. This is definitely fine. Clear tile map. So this changed a bunch. Actually, to the point where pretty much the whole file probably changed, right? Yeah, the whole file changed. So let's just go look at it over here. Deletes every cell in every tile map layer in the given region, except for navigation. Navigation layer. I know that's on a new comment. Clear tile map layer in region. Oh, there's a really nitpicky thing here. Yeah, technically tile map layer. The M is capitalized. All right, well, let's check in the little things that I've done so far. This changed just the name. That's fine. Let's check that in. This is just a comment so far. So this is the name. Rename the debug draw menu. This way the name isn't reused across scenes, which should make it slightly clearer. Then this is just delete this from button. Put that in quotes, I guess. And now we're on the final bit here. Okay, so then clear tile map. Oh, even the file name would have to change though. Oh, man. All right, out of curiosity, what if we search the code base for tile map, but I guess written like this? No results found. Oh, because of that. So clear tile map. Tile map. I'm not going to make this change. This doesn't matter. Yeah, sure, fine. Okay. If it were something quick, then that'd be different. All right, so clear tile map layer and region. What does this do? Region clear, go through all the X, go through all the Y, set cell to blank. Sounds fine. Clear tile map layers, cells. Get all tile map layers. And then cells. This is specific cells. Okay. Clearing the cells. Again, we do not get the navigation layer. And we go through each cell and call set cell on that. And clear tile map layer cells. Strangely, this isn't used from in here, and I feel like it could be. Yeah, like, should we not for each over this? And then delete this? Or whoops. What am I doing? I meant over here. Yeah, clear tile map layer cells. Okay. I'm gonna take a quick look and just make sure that's exactly the same thing. Yep. Yeah, I think that's slightly cleaner. Now, the other thing we could do is just put this into here. Just check if tile map layer name is equal to this, then return, and then delete this entirely. I think that'll be even cleaner. Clear tile map layer in region. The region is a rectangle. If we convert this to cells, we can use the exact same thing. But then I guess we're making a list for no reason. Yeah. Not that this happens very often anyway. All right, I think I'm good with this. I think these are just little minor changes. Right, so all this code that used to be here is now in here, which technically means that if you ever tried clearing this on navigation, you wouldn't be able to. But this only did it on ground grass objects layer, so we're fine there. Yeah. Okay, so clean up clear tile map.cs. Improved a comment and refactored very slightly to remove duplication. Okay. Okay, so we've looked through that. Camera, get position of object in world space. I think these comments should probably be gone. What is this? Camera equals global minus camera. Comment should go. Okay, yeah. Okay, sounds good. Debug menu, open with shortcut equals true. What is that? Press this and open with shortcut. Oh, wait, whoops. I didn't rename this. This should be called draw menu. Drat. Actually, even this should be called draw menu, right? They're both debug menus? Oh. Okay, okay, okay. I see, I see. I think I don't like that. I think this should probably be a special script. What does this even need exactly? Key command to click the button. Yeah, but I think the reason why this exists here is because we're reusing the same script and that we wouldn't need this if we didn't use the same script. And the thing that puts us in common, the only thing we really need here is a buttons container and I guess this add button. So I think probably the ideal solution here is we have like debug menu as a base class or an abstract base class, and then something like, or I don't know, like menu with buttons or something like that as an abstract base class. And then we have debug menu and we have draw menu. I think that would make more sense than what we have now, which is draw menu is a debug menu. And then we also have a debug menu. But I don't think this is really worth doing anything about either. All the debug menus are things that only we see as developers. It's not really a big deal. And the only way to open this is through the first debug menu. Yeah. I kind of sort of want to make this change. Yeah, I kind of sort of want to make this change. Also add checkbox. if I'm not mistaken, you can add checkboxes that choose only one of two possible options. Oh, okay, never mind. It's different appearance. Follow established UX pattern. Is recommended to use checkbox when toggling. It has no immediate effect on something. For example, it could be used when toggling. It will only do something once a confirmation button is pressed. So use checkbox when it won't have an immediate effect. In this case, it does have an immediate effect, which is to change your drawing style, right? Yeah. So these apparently should be check buttons, I think. Not actually totally sure what the difference is. Let's just make a new scene and put some check buttons in. Check button. Oh, these are the toggles. Yeah. I think they should look like this. Okay. Oops, I didn't mean to type stuff there. Yeah, so let's try that. I know this is called add checkbox. How about this? For now, let's say remove unnecessary comment. Okay, so what if we did this as a check button and then nothing else except for, I guess, these would be check buttons. Does that cause any other errors? This does. All right, but other than that, it should just be different styling. Hey, Naveen, welcome in. Yeah, I think that's slightly clearer. Although I think I'd want this to be on the other side, which is probably possible. Testeroni. This is on the left side right now. Alignment right? No, that's not how that works. There's no way to put the text on the right side? Huh. Maybe there isn't. Yeah, maybe there isn't. It doesn't, it's not super important, but I'm kind of surprised you can't do that. Huh. Theme constant? Icon styles. Yeah, I'll look it up really fast. Godot check button with text on the right. Just use this. Doesn't support horizontal text position. Check button. How to set the checkbox on the right side of text. This is probably not for Godot, is it? No. Check button. Horizontal alignment. Is that a thing that I already looked at? It doesn't even exist here. This is from 4.4 properties. Huh. Strange that I can't see that here. I guess just the alignment. Anyway, changing this doesn't do anything, right? Yeah, it doesn't. That's fine. All right, like I said, I do think I want to change this. And then I think if we're going to do that, so one is changing this to check buttons. I think that's worthwhile. And this is the only place this is ever used, right? Is that one spot? Yeah. So let's rename this to add check button. And then anywhere else this is called, draw mode check boxes. I guess they're check buttons now. But maybe we should call this something like draw mode buttons. Yeah. Add check button, that's fine. That's fine, except for that this is probably renamed. We'll just call it button. The other option is the button group, radio style button. But that doesn't change the appearance, right? Group of base button derived buttons. The buttons in button group are treated like radio buttons. No more than one button can be pressed at a time. Some types of buttons, such as checkbox, may have a special appearance in the state. Oh, interesting. I didn't realize the special appearance bit. Yeah, maybe that's what we should do. let's take a look at that. Checkbox, checkbox. So we put this here. We delete that. We say something like test and test. Turn this into a VBox container. And maybe call this like test2, so it's more obvious. And then put them inside of a button group. Ah, that's exactly what I want. Yeah. All right. Okay, so undo all of my changes, I guess. Discard. Let's go set them up the right way. This thinks it doesn't exist, but it does. That can be done in the draw screen class. Yeah. So we need a check group. No, button group. Yeah, button group equals new. Sure. And then set this draw mode checkboxes. And let's do it this way. Check button. Button equals this. And then button dot group equals group. Yep, that. All right, now what am I doing wrong? Cannot convert checkbox to check button. Okay, that's spurious. I think this should just work. Wait, what? Why are these still called check buttons? I reverted all my changes. Oh, did I type that just now? Maybe I did. I don't even know what just happened there. All right, whatever. And then button group doesn't contain this. Is it called button group? It's called button group, yeah. All right, so this will make them look like radio buttons. That's what we want. Except for I can't click these. I guess I wonder why that happened. They should be in the same group. Maybe it's not the same event. That'd be rather unfortunate. All right, so what are the signals in here? Pressed, toggled. Should be the same basic stuff. Special handling I had may not be needed now. Oh, to make sure that only one's pressed at a time. On toggled. Okay, so we definitely want that. We don't need this part, I guess. What is this? If is pressed is false, we were setting pressed to true. Oh, it sets line to true. Oh, is this only used on one of these? No, this is used on both. I'm not totally sure I understand that part. You deselect one before, so it default to line. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, the radio button thing is going to help out a lot here then, huh? Okay. All right. So all we really care about here then is just setting the draw mode. In fact, we don't even need a special thing for this. Although we could have one. I guess it doesn't really matter. And there's a Q redraw here. We should probably just say like on toggle draw mode. And then delete this. And then go make this function. This is bool. What is pressed? Oh, but we don't know which button is pressed in this case. Yeah. Fine. Well, we can just set the draw mode here. Draw mode equals mode. Okay, so now we don't need this. So now on toggle, it's going to go away, which apparently is already gone. No, here it is. Which means we don't need to save a dictionary of those buttons, I guess. Yeah. So we want the line to be selected by default. Let's just see what happens by default, because I'm not totally sure. It might already have that selected. And then what is this doing here? This is taking whether or not it's pressed. Somebody bought me a subscription to your channel. Yeah, I think you can find out who gifted it to you somewhere, but it was, yeah, no, I can see. It was Spiro, yeah. Spiro gifted a boatload of subs in the last like week and a half. So there are a lot of new subscribers as a result of him. But yeah, if you wanna send him a message or something and thank him personally. Oh, Kevin typed out the name. Yeah, yeah. But yeah, you're now a sub. You don't have ads, at least for another like 3-something weeks. I do run minimal ads on this channel, set to 3 minutes every hour. Okay, so yeah, now there's nothing set by default. So we need to set something by default, which is just, I guess, the first button that we make. We can set this. Button dot set pressed no signal. Bool did enable a button. Here's a way we can do this. If we didn't enable one, then there. All right, that should allow us to delete that code. Let's go try that out. So line should be set by default now. Yes, good. And I should just be able to draw a line. Cool. And then we change it to rectangle. Also cool. Yeah, nice. Have I told you about my games demo yet? I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. What is your games demo about? All right, anything else I want to do with this? I don't. Oh, we can get rid of this now. Yeah, so this cleaned up a little bit of code. We got rid of 12 lines. That's not bad. We could probably make this somehow cleaner. Also, Q redraw. What does that do? That means that there's a draw. Oh, yeah, of course that's needed. Released my first demo a few days ago. What kind of game is it? Button group. Okay, cool. So convert to like proper radio buttons, I should say. The hardest fall. Is it so just from the name, it almost makes it sound like one of those what are those games? Like Get Over It and like the Kaizo games. I don't know if it's yeah, it's a rage game. Okay, yeah. So then you've named it well. Convert draw buttons to radio buttons. This cleans up a bunch of code and also makes the buttons look like you can only have one selected at a time. Okay, so then the next thing I wanted to do is refactor. Where is that? The list is gigantic. Refactor. Debug menu. Sorry, my brain was wandering there. Yeah, I want draw. I want like menu with buttons or something like that, or debug menu with buttons. I don't know, menu with buttons, and then I want debug menu and draw menu. I think those. Have some free time to check it out. I'm probably not going to check it out. I'm not a huge fan of rage games, but also I do get a lot of requests to check out different media. But if you got it on itch or Steam or something, you should naturally get some people checking in. Great commentary on corporate culture. It pays you money. It's unlike most games. Let's finish reviewing the rest of the code before I do this, though. But I do think it'd be a nice change to do. Oh, and then part of the reason why I even mentioned this was we have this open with shortcut. I don't think that'll be necessary anymore. If you're making this change, this may not be necessary. I didn't actually finish looking through that, so I'm not totally sure. Okay, but let's keep looking through the PR. So these, I think, are fine. Toggled is pressed. on toggled. Wait, no, that's a little strange, isn't it? Why would we do that? Let me close this. I'd rather you don't share the link, TK Gamers. Sorry, it's just you haven't been in the community for a very long time. You've shown up twice. And I think a lot of people tend to use it as like self-promotion territory, go into a stream with viewers and share your own stuff. So yeah, hope you understand. Let's see. So we have the add checkbox, and then in debug draw menu, add checkbox is called, and we pass in on toggled. But I don't think there's a reason to do this. Yeah, I don't think so. We just add this to the button container and then return this thing. And then over here, when we get the button back, we can add this over here. And this is going to be set like so. And this should just be button. And this being a semicolon. Okay, yeah. Just follow the same pattern we have for buttons. Oh, yeah, I see. Well, that makes me think that the other buttons probably shouldn't do this either. Do we do this anywhere else other than in that one spot I just saw above there? Plus equal. Just here. Yeah, I don't think this is necessary. In fact, I guess what's the point of debug menu? We're populating a VBox container. I guess storing these things in a certain way makes sense. And in this particular case, we put a certain cursor shape on it, which probably we would need to do for these as well. Yeah, technically we would. That's not a big deal. Hey, Matt. Welcome in. Yeah, what is it? Cursor shape? Pointing hand. So for that reason, I think this could be good. But then I think adding the listeners can be done elsewhere. And I might make that change in the other spot too in code. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, that's good. Okay, sure. All right, so delete this. And then let's take a look at where this is called. Hey, kids. Welcome back. So we added in a left click handle. Okay, I see. In this particular case, it made things cleaner so that we only can add buttons in a single line of code. Yeah, all right, fine. I'll delete what I wrote here. Although I do want the cursor shape thing to still be there. I think in this particular case, it seemed weird. But that's only because we only have one location where we do this. All right, so let's put this back to how it was. And then put this in here. Cool. Yeah. All that town code can go into the new class. All the town code can go into the new class. Have I gotten a town yet? No, I don't think I have. Okay, yeah, I'll write that down too. Actually, no, it calls private methods. Okay, sounds good. So I don't know if I ran this, but this just adds in the right cursor shape. This doesn't really matter. The add button code. Yeah, this is fine. Okay, so set the right cursor on the new draw buttons. So I'm cool with this. Let's check this in or mark that as viewed. This is fine too. These are things that I guess this is sort of hard to say how we'd want to specify these things. They're hard coded right now. We'd probably want to put points somewhere on the map. But even then, we have this like modular setup of we have the whole town, then we have the fishing pond, but we need to connect from some part of the town to the fishing pond. So probably the town ends up keeping these nodes. And anyway, this is fine for now. Terrible delay today. That is too bad. I wonder if viewing at a lower quality will potentially help. Yeah. Okay. Debug draw screen in town. Create path between 2 points. Set up debug draw screen. Create it. Add it to the UI. Hide it. Add that. Yeah. Okay. I think this is good. All right. Debug draw screen itself. I think we've pretty much looked through the whole thing by now, but let's look through it closely. Again, I've kind of mentioned this a bunch of times before, but PRs are very hard to give everyone the context that you need to understand this. So I kind of just get the work done and do what I need to do. And I recognize it's probably not super entertaining or followable. But yeah, hard to commentate when you're seeing something for the first time and trying to keep all this in your head. All right, so there's our debug menu. We have an info label for what we actually want to say. Time to start drawing or that stuff, that's fine. We keep track of the town. That's good. The current draw mode. Whether or not we're actually drawing. Then the start position. And the current position. I wonder why we don't call that end position. Right, current position goes on. All right, that's fine. Hey, Lemmy. Happy Friday. Must explain all the things. Must be done. So add label, debug draw, open a shortcut false. So the open a shortcut thing, let's make sure I was actually correct about this. Yes. So this thing gets set to false, but that won't be needed in the new style of doing things. Then we made a button group. We actually add the buttons here. I wonder if I should have just made that a private function. Possibly. Private void set up draw mode buttons. And then in ready, let's go get those. Set up draw mode buttons. Cool. Think you might work on Godot stuff tonight? Sounds like a plan. I'm having a friend come visit for the weekend. So I don't think I'm going to be doing anything sort of productive. But it should be fun. Feeling more and more like things are getting back to normal, which is nice. All right, this looks good. Draw is either that there's a line or a rectangle, and these are just draw functions. This is totally fine. GUI input, if you left click and right click. Out of curiosity, why do we not need to queue a redraw here? Oh, because of is drawing mouse motion also. Okay, so technically, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm understanding this code correctly, as soon as I click, it's not going to do anything. Yeah, it isn't. It's not until I drag that it's going to draw something. Now, technically, even if it were to draw there, I guess it would draw nothing anyway. So yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter in that case. But maybe with a rectangle, it'd be different. Oh, it doesn't really replace the old one. Okay, yeah. So that's the real issue. So as soon as you click, it doesn't replace the old one. You have to drag to get it to replace that. Okay, then let's just do this here. If you press a button down, regardless of what you pressed, we'll queue a redraw. That's technically the correct way to go about doing these things. Yeah, I'm glad too. My back pain's almost completely gone. Did it have an effect on Steam wishlist? Yeah, we got plus 99 on that day. And then to give you an idea, yesterday, I think we got like plus 3 or plus 4. And on most stream days, it's probably somewhere between like 5 to 10 new wish lists. So getting plus 99, the way I would kind of sum up Wednesday is it was like every stat was roughly 10x what it was before. Like new followers on Twitch. I shared this on Discord, but new followers are like 200 followers a day. The number of viewers was like 230K or something like that. What's kind of crazy is if you ever try to think about this many people being in one place, like how much is the biggest stadium hold? Biggest stadium in the world. Okay, apparently about 150,000 people. So like 150K is a gigantic stadium. And most stadiums are, yeah, looks like less than 100K. Anyway, I know this isn't really how this worked. It's not like these people were watching me. A lot of these people didn't even have any clue I existed, went to twitch.tv and then went to the stream they wanted to watch. That's totally fine. And still, it's something to think about, which like if you have an average viewership of 100 people, like that's like what, a big lecture hall or something, or maybe a medium-sized lecture hall. Like it's still interesting to think about that sort of thing happening. About 200K people 2 hours north of me right now. For what? Is there like a game event going on or something? Saw the Twitch stats. Yeah. So it's been nice that there were some more people checking out the game, but also NFL draft, gotcha. Also, we've had, hang on, let me make sure I can share this. Yeah, we've had more people claiming the demo and trying the demo. Let me write this down here too. This is 1191. Twitch front page was Wednesday. Okay, so to break this down a little bit, as of April 15th, we had 1,120 lifetime unique users. So in the last, what has it been, 10 days has brought 71 new unique users. These are people who clicked play and actually launched the game, and it's unique people, so it's not people who return to the game. This isn't like great or anything, right? It's a free demo, so this is the lowest possible barrier to entry there could ever be. But I think natural discovery is probably pretty limited right now. Like we don't have, I think you need 10 Steam reviews before your game starts just showing up in places, and we have 1 review right now. So like it will eventually get there. And yeah, I think Next Fest will help out with that. Pretty awesome seeing that it's the smallest market city. Man, the logistics of getting tens of thousands of people into a single location and then just running an event, it's pretty crazy. You get nervous presenting in a room of 5 or so. Don't want to imagine what. Well, it wasn't 200K at once. In fact, I don't even think the top stream on Twitch right now probably has 200K. I know that the top streams typically have in the tens of thousands, but yeah. Anyway, it's also nuts to consider that my front page day was like a bad day for a very top streamer. So imagine a streamer who's got like 5,000 viewers on average. Having 2,000 viewers means, oh man, people didn't want to watch me today. It's just a totally different ballpark, and it's just interesting to think about. I remember there's a streamer I watched named Redbeard, and he went on a, not really a rant about this, but he was talking about one of the top Twitch streamers and how if he ever wants to like go buy a car, he just turns on a stream for 1 day or something like that. And bam, you got a new car. Like you want another room on your house, just turn on a stream for 2 days. Maybe it's not quite to that level, but still it's pretty different what the sort of average streamer gets versus the top streamer. It's true of really a lot of different realms, right? The top 1% of anything are probably going to have a very different experience from like the 50th percentile. All right, so this redraws no matter what. I don't know if I tested this. Also, the other thing I was going to say is that presenting to a room of people is very different from presenting to a stream of people. Like if I were to look anything in the eye right now, it'd be the camera. There's only one camera ever, even if there are 100,000 people behind that. So it is different. Okay, so we're going to do this. And now when we draw this, and then as soon as we click, it's going to change. Yeah, perfect. Okay, shift. Move some code around. I guess the refactor, setting up draw buttons. This is what I'll check in here. And this. This just makes ready easier to read. And then the other change that we have is this change, which I'll go check in now. Cue a redraw after clicking. This way the old shape that you were drawing is cleared without having to move the mouse. All right, anything else? I think we've looked through this whole thing now. That's gone. It's fine. This get rect from opposite verts. Returns a rectangle described by the 2 given opposite vertices transformed to be described by its top left vertex instead. I see. Yeah, I see. I'm gonna just trust this. It's debug code, and I've already spent a long time making some changes here. All right, so ground terrain layer. Interesting. We should probably make these access by unique name, as long as we're already doing this. Whoops. Close out of these things. All right, so that's in environment. And we care about what exactly here? Ground layer, ground layer, ground layer. Are there only 3 ground layers? No, there are 4. So which one's not used? Terrain, flat grass, scatter. There's scatter objects and scatter objects overlaid. So the overlaid one is not used, which I wonder why not. Let's go find out. What is that? What is this? Oh, they're fences. So we don't clear out fences. That's fine. All right, so these 3 would be made into unique names so that in the environment scene, we can fetch them with unique names. Yeah, now anywhere else that we would fetch these? No, that's it. Okay. All right, I think that's fine. Size and tiles. We now get 2 tile coordinates. This is size. It's fine. That's fine. All right, create path between points. This is the interesting stuff here. Use A star to easily find the path between the 2 points in terms of cells. Get ID path. What does that mean? An array with the IDs of the points that form the path. Or IDs of points. Huh. Well, what do we do with these? Oh, they're just vector 2i's. Okay, I see. So add cells around the given ones to create a wide enough path. This is basically the draw width, I guess. And then set the cells with auto tiling. Oh, you can just, there's just a function to do this? I thought this was some like impossible task. Update all the cells so they use given terrain for the given terrain set. Oh, wow. That's not bad. Didn't realize they were in 2 different layers. Yeah, I guess what this means is we wouldn't be able to draw on top of one of those extra fences, but it's not really important. Also, we only use this function in 1 spot right now. But yeah, if I were to open up this menu and try drawing over these, it's going to look weird. Yeah, because we won't get rid of the fences. But I wouldn't worry about it. If we ever have a problem with that, we can obviously change it. All right, cool. Yeah, I think it's pretty much fine. And then what's this last function here? Create path in rectangle. Okay. So should we convert this to, no, I don't think so. Just wondering if we should refactor this at all. I think this is fine. Okay, cool. So I'm going to check this stuff in set ID and ID. What is this? Terrain set and ID. And we just hard code this both to 0. Okay. All right, so all we did is set unique name and owner here. This is very hard to look through though. Should be 3. Yeah, there are 3. Then this is just clean up a comment. It goes in comment. And then this is access as unique names. Access layers in environment as unique. Or I guess nodes. Okay. All right, so then the only other thing we have to do is print the coordinates. And there's something that changes this in debug draw screen. Yeah, here. This is on draw path. I guess if it doesn't really matter if we've drawn the path. It matters if you click. Oh, that's probably what this does. Yes, that is what this does. Okay, so then yes, we want to print this out. Print, or not print, what am I doing? GD dot print, yeah. Yeah, that's probably pretty good. Let's see what that looks like. I'll absolutely crumble if I have to public speak, but I used to have a band and would sing and play guitar, mediocre at best, in front of a crowd of up to a few dozen people. It's kind of funny how that works. I guess it all depends on what you're comfortable with. And, oh, whoops, did I just draw nothing? Does this stop if the 2 points are equal? No, if they're null, it stops. Okay. So draw path, that should have printed out. 75, 75, 383. Yeah. Okay, good. And then the rectangle should be exactly the same way, right? Drawing a line path. Yeah, cool. Okay. So print what we've drawn as we draw it. This should make it easier to replicate later, e.g. via code. Yeah, there's some amount of performance element to both things. Obviously, with music performance, it is a performance, but same thing with public speaking. It's like chances are whatever you're talking about is about a topic that's near to you. So it's like you're performing in that aspect. And then also the public speaking element of it too is its own little performance. All right, so we're done with this. Now I just need to refactor these menus. All right. So we have debug menu, and we're going to turn this into just menu with buttons or something like that. Probably going to rename this. And that's really all it is. It's just a, well, no, wait, no, it doesn't just have buttons anymore because of what Kevin added in. It's like a build a menu. It's got labels, checkboxes, separators. And we have some code in here too, which can go into a different spot in the future. So what would I call this? I guess it is a menu of stuff. Maybe even debug menu is fine, but then we need to call the other debug menu something like cheats menu, I guess, and draw menu. That could work. Draw path menu, I guess. Yeah. In fact, I might already have a name. Debug draw screen. That's the whole screen. The menu itself is just this aspect of it. All right. Remind me later. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with this. As an idea, maybe the subclass menus build the contents and have a single event they emit with an enumeration of the action. So town and draw screen would just need a switch to do that. Let me read this again. Oh, I see what you're saying. So that the draw screen wouldn't have to form this itself. Um, yeah, something like that could work. I wonder if we should just have. It's, part of this is the original cheats menu acts on a bunch of town stuff, which now probably has enough public functions here where this doesn't matter as much. But there's got to be something here that's private. And I don't know what is, like this one, for example. And then this probably accesses private stuff too. Because otherwise we could just move all of this code and just have it act on the town directly and just have it be tightly coupled, and who cares? I don't think I mind the coupling, and I would like to get rid of code from over here. Maybe have cheats menu set up. All right, so then that's what we're gonna do, right? Debug menu, cheats menu. If we ever do end up exposing this to players, though, we wouldn't want to call it debug menu, but I guess that's fine. All right, and then draw path menu. Can imagine at a certain point a crowd turns into one entity as opposed to many individuals. Yeah, I've never presented to, I guess, like more than hundreds of people in person. The most I've done, I was in Toastmasters, which is a public speaking club, and at one point there was this humorous speech competition, so I signed up for that. And at the final level, there were probably like 150 people or something in the room, maybe more than that. Anyway, it was kind of wild that I even did that stuff. It was fun though. Yeah. I'm really not a convention goer, but if I were, I'd probably try to sign up as a speaker or something. That was recorded, yeah. That's on YouTube. I'll link it, but it's not really worth watching. The audio quality is really bad. Let me see if I can find this. This is so stupid. I can't believe I'm sharing this. I mean, it's on the internet. You could have always just found it yourself, I suppose. Called Open Mic Comedy. You performed there. Although it's not really a competition, right? Or did they give you something at the end based on who got the most laughs or claps or something? Hey, Forrest Grump. And yeah, welcome back to you too. All right, let's go make this change. So we're calling this, or we're still calling this debug menu. That part's fine. We're calling the other ones different things though. So there's going to be a cheats menu, which is going to inherit from this. And there's going to be a draw path menu, which inherits from this. So let's go make those. And then where does this exist? Isn't there like a reveal in, yeah, here it is. It's not even in the UI folder. It's not. Oh God. All right. Debug screen. There's debug screen. We should probably just call this debug. All right. I need to rename like a million different things, I think. Too bad. Hey, Campbell Soup. I was wondering what the impact for wishlist was for being on the front page. It was plus 99 wishlist. So yeah, it was about 10 times what we normally would have gotten, I think. It is a competition to give everyone in the audience 2 votes. One of the most votes wins some small cash prize. Oh, cool. Have you ever won it? All right, debug draw screen. Let's go. Let's go fix all this stuff up. So this is, oh, this is the source. So this doesn't actually matter. Well, it's in scene scripts. We should probably put it in a debug thing. Hey, Jessica. I now know how to pronounce your name. Yeah. Best have done is 3rd place. That's pretty good. Seemed like the stream went really well. Yeah, it was nice. I was concerned about a couple of things. One was, would I be able to stream for that long? And I think not taking on complex tasks made it better. And 2 is, what would the impact be of actually streaming on that day? Yeah, it seems like we got some more wish lists and everything. I want to listen to Monatic jokes. I've only heard a brief set of what he's done, and it had nothing to do with Monatic bind or anything. The audience kept chanting, "We want monad jokes. We want monad jokes." And he was just like, "I'm not doing them." It's a very nerdy audience. I can only imagine. You're supposed to do comedy on things that are relatable. Meet a very certain audience. Okay. I have never ever liked making these kinds of changes for some reason. It's not that they're hard to do, it's just obnoxious. So let's get to it. We're gonna rename this to debug. We're gonna move the debug menu into there. There. Now something's gonna break. We're gonna go fix the breakage. We're just gonna keep proceeding in this way until we finally got things working. I think the scene path for the draw screen is what's gonna break. Yeah, exactly. All right, so scene paths, debug, draw screen. This is now in the debug folder. All right, so that'll fix that problem, and now everything should work the way it used to, but this is step 1 of like 17 of what we need to do. And it still doesn't work. Okay, what is the scene path? Debug menu. Oh, I didn't even move the right thing, did I? There's a draw screen here somewhere. Where is that? I don't even know. Yeah, where are you? You are also there. Oh, I see. Okay, so it wasn't just debug menu. Or it was just debug menu, but then this should go over there. Debug, draw screen, debug menu. We're gonna have to call this cheats menu, I guess. Scenes, UI, debug, debug menu. And we're not gonna instantiate that anymore. Change scene paths to instantiate a cheats menu instead of a debug menu. If you feel like going up, you're welcome to participate. Can you text me what city it's in? Or I guess if you're happy sharing it here, that's fine too. But yeah, if you text me what city it's in, because I'm curious. I don't tend to go to certain cities around here, and not for any other reason than that parking is tough and driving is tough. But if it's closer, then yeah, I could go to one of those. Okay, so this built. This should function. Good. All right, so that was, like I said, step 1. Step 2 is now going to be make cheats menu in this folder. So new scene, call this cheats menu. Oh, you can have it inherit right from here? No, you can't. Wait, then this won't even work, will it? If I do this and then try to instantiate in a thing, yeah, I can't even do that. I don't think you can do this. I think you have to do it by making a new thing first and then clicking this and then figuring out where your scene exists. Debug menu, yeah, there it is. Okay, cool. So we call this cheats menu and we save this in the same spot as cheats menu. Can't overwrite scene. Oh God. Okay, there. Cheats menu. I did break my step streak again. Been sick the whole week. I think not exercising because you're sick is like the most valid excuse you could possibly have that no one will argue with. Or being injured or something like that. Like these are pretty uncontroversial. So don't feel bad about that. Yesterday was the worst. Didn't have a lot of sleep because I was coughing all night. Dang near lost my voice. Oh man, you're taking medicine, right? Because I used to have a policy where I was like, nah, medicine isn't needed. I'll just let my body recover. And then I was coughing so much at one point that my throat was like, it hurt badly. And then I realized that, wait a second, if I just stop the coughing, then my throat won't hurt. So let me take medicine. And now I take medicine. And that's the story of my life. Maybe says, cheating as a developer, don't worry. It's the good kind of cheating. All right, so debug menu, and then we have one other thing here, which is that we need a draw, what do I call it? Draw path menu? Draw path menu, yeah. So let's go save this as draw path menu. Call it draw path menu. Taking cough medicine. Abdomen hurts a lot too from the coughing. I am sorry to hear that, and I hope you get well soon. Yeah, it's just rest, medicine, probably some amount of eating and drinking correctly. Until a great accident. Yeah, I think it's just a matter of at what point do your symptoms turn into causes of other problems? So coughing is usually a symptom, and if you're coughing lightly, it's probably not going to cause any problems. But if you're coughing heavily, it will cause problems. Draw terrain menu. Sure. Draw terrain menu. Draw terrain menu. Okay, cool. So now draw a path menu we can delete. Now we need to go make scripts for these things. So debug menu is a panel container. We've got this other stuff in here. That's all fine. Let's load up the cheats menu as well. All right, so I want different scripts for these things, and I want them to exist in sensible locations. Where is this right now? Just in scene scripts. All right, do we have a debug folder? We don't. We have a UI folder. I mean, I guess I could put it in there. But I think putting it in a debug folder might make more sense. Yeah, let's make a debug folder. Oh, wait, can we even name something debug? Or does our git ignore then prevent us from doing that? No, it does not stop us. Oh, yeah, it's right there. It does stop us. Okay, so we can't call it debug, which is probably why we don't have a debug folder. Cheats, there it is, right there. Yeah, obviously. Okay, yeah, we'll put it in the cheats thing. Even though draw terrain isn't really a cheat, I guess. Okay, fine. I've changed my mind. Oh, wait, that means, though, that I couldn't have even named this debug over here either. Unless I make this only work on the root folder. Yeah, maybe we do that. That's why I call the debug screen. I'd forgotten. Okay. Well, I think that one, we don't even have a debug folder. And two, if we did, we could just put like a / here. Do we have a debug folder? Oh, no, never mind. I take that back. We have tons of debug folders. They're in bin, in OBJ. Can we just stop those things from showing up then? Can I do that? Hey, Oberon. Welcome back. Okay, so I think that'll work. If we just get rid of these completely, and then I refresh this list, we should see a bunch of stuff show up here, right? And we don't, which is, oh, because bin is blocked and OBJ is blocked. Oh, so we don't even need to do this. This does nothing for us. We can just get rid of this now. Yeah, bin and OBJ are ignored anyway. All right. All right. All right. All right. We're getting there. We're getting there. So then cheats should really be renamed to debug, is what I'm getting from this. Cheats. Character level label. What is this? Yeah. Yeah, let's rename that. Man. All right, so debug, because now we can do that. Played the game for hours the other day. Nice. Thank you for trying that, Oberon. I hope your son had fun playing. Yeah, I've been very excited. I've been watching pretty much everyone who plays Skeleseller on stream or on YouTube. I try to watch their videos. I actually just found someone yesterday who played. Unfortunately, their stream had like severe problems. They streamed for 17 minutes, and in that time, the number of unique frames that they probably streamed was like 10. I don't know what happened. But yeah, for like 5 minutes, it was just stuck on one screen. And they didn't notice, and no one in chat mentioned it to them. So it wasn't the most enjoyable experience as a viewer, but it was still, I could hear them talk, and they seem to be having fun. Yeah. Hey, when it says the message failed to send, then you resend it, and it says this is spam. Does that happen often? That does sound like a Twitch client-side bug. Sorry, I just meant Twitch bug. Not even exaggerating. Yeah, it was pretty bad. But like I said, the person seemed to have fun, and that's what matters. I want to enjoy it. Oh no, I'm not saying you should have streamed it. I'm just saying had you streamed it, I probably would have sought it out and watched it. At some point, the ideal scenario is that it's impossible for me to scale, and that so many people are streaming it that I can't watch them all. How can it be the worst stream? I think the way to be the worst stream is to play a bunch of flashing images and like a high-pitched piercing sound at the maximum volume. I don't think you have to do anything else. I think that'll clearly catapult you into first place. All right, I've still done nothing here so far. Let's go put the debug menu over here. I'm unable to do anything else useful that day. Well, I'm glad. I wonder how many people are exposed to the idle genre through this, and we'll go try out other idle games because I think that most idle games are kind of predatory. That's my general take on this. They're generally infinite games. They generally want you to pay money to speed up the infinite. All right, so we want to move this. Let's go move it through here. Debug menu. Move to source debug. Move. Okay, so that's been moved. Now we have the draw. No, draw menu didn't have anything specific. All right, so adventurer level label. What is that called? Character label? Oh, why did I do that? It should have been named adventurer. Anyway, it's in the cheats folder. It needs to be in debug now, which means that anything that use this needs to probably be changed too. No, these are just hard coded. Oh wait, no. What? Did I? Oh, darn it. I moved it through the wrong thing, and I probably didn't move the All right, well, that's fine. Let's just search for source cheats. Okay, that's good. So now debug menu is in the wrong location for this, right? No, that didn't get moved. Did I not move it? What am I doing? Debug draw screen. I want this to be in here. Oh, I messed something up. I messed up so much. Yeah, let's move these things. Maybe we should put this underneath a UI folder in there. AFK Arena. I think not spending a penny doesn't mean it's not predatory. I think it just means that you could resist the urge for it to prey on you. And it's not true of all idle games. I think there are idle games out there that are fine. But I think any infinite game with microtransactions, I think necessarily has to be predatory. I just can't imagine how you would get an infinite game to work otherwise. Because like the whole point of microtransactions is to get you to spend money as you're playing at some point. And if it's infinite, that means that you can never complete the progression. Live in the middle of the country, so the wind blows the internet bosses. That dang wind. You need to put up barriers. You need to wall in your ISP. All right, I'm gonna end up breaking everything here. This is why I don't like this stuff, because I have too many folders and everything else to work through here. All of this happens to be UI anyway, so if we were to make a subfolder in here, it'd just be in UI. I'm not gonna probably delineate it yet. Oh, we certainly could. All right, so let's go to debug draw screen. This is now in the wrong spot. This is game source debug. And same thing with the debug menu, game source debug. So that stuff will work fine. Scene paths will probably be broken now. No, I put those in the right spot though. Okay, let's try running this. It's probably gonna break. Type or namespace cheats does not exist. Anywhere else? No, let's just try it. Just teasing. You try logging into GitHub. You have lost write access to Skeleseller. All right, town doesn't exist because town was in the same namespace as this before because it was scene scripts. Yep. And then here we had a problem. Game source debug. That should have already been done. Oh, strange. It's infinite, lots of microtransactions, bit of FOMO here and there. Yeah, the lack of patience thing. I'm generally the same way as at least you were with this, Jessica, which is when I play a free-to-play game, I try never spending money on it. And the few exceptions to that have usually been to just remove ads. Because if I'm enjoying a game, it's not like I don't want the developer to get any support. It's that I don't want to spend money on silly microtransactions. Now, with that said, removing ads is a microtransaction. It's like an obvious functional benefit you get as you're playing the game. So I know pretty much nothing about any sports. M2. So I'm gonna probably tune out as you talk about this stuff. I'm interested in that keyboard you have. I've done some videos on this. I think the newest one is there, but through that video, I linked to another video talking about how I change between different keyboards that I've had. All right, so this draw menu should still be working, right? Yeah. And I guess as long as it shows up, that means I haven't broken the directory structure. Okay, so now I think we can finally get to the quote unquote fun part of this, which is that we make a special script for just this thing that then inherits from debug menu. So let's go do that. So we're going to detach the script and attach another script that is going to be in here, there, and draw terrain menu. Yeah, that sounds good. So create that. This is going to inherit from debug menu. Debug menu that needs to be, oh no, we don't need to use that. We just need a namespace here. Game source debug. Cool. And then the same thing for the cheats menu. So let's go get that working. Oh, you can just click this button twice. Nice. Okay. Source, debug, cheats menu. Yeah, sounds pretty good. Oh, that's why I always forget to save, because it just focuses VS Code immediately. Neat. Made the mistake of buying Smurf berries, thinking it was game money, and was shocked at my credit card bill. Is this an AFK Arena thing? Because if so, I don't think I've ever played that. Searching for this only finds actual Smurfs thing. Smurfs Village? Smurf mobile game. Okay, yeah, Smurfs Village, I guess is what that was. Oh man. Yeah. Smurf berries. I don't even know what that does, but it does sound like the kind of thing that would be a waste of money. All right, so we can finally separate these things out. Let's close everything else down here. Debug menu, what else do we have? Cheats menu and the draw terrain menu. All right, so everything here is going to be the stuff that gets the buttons container, which none of the children should even need to use because this just adds stuff here. Yeah, so let's do that. Oh wait, no, sorry, what am I doing? Let's keep this here. And let's get rid of the open with shortcut, I think. The button container path, we can change that as well to just make that unique. Buttons container. Buttons container. Delete this. Cool. So creating a debug menu is not going to be a thing that exists anymore. It's going to be creating a cheats menu or creating a terrain menu. So this is going to return a cheats menu. And the rest of the stuff should be pretty much the same. Scene functions doesn't exist. Scene paths doesn't exist. And then we need cheats menu to exist, which it may or may not. Cheats menu. Yeah, it doesn't. Scene paths. I guess we don't need debug menu anymore. I even wrote this down. Yeah, cheats menu. And then the draw terrain thing doesn't need to be instantiated the same way. We can do that differently. Hey, Smurf. Submitted my first backend PR at my new 7 months company, which is fun since I'm technically just a QA engineer. That's awesome. Yeah, I feel like some intra-company job mobility is sometimes a myth. Like, yeah, whatever. I'll start as the mailman and work my way up to be CEO of the company. Like, I don't really think that probably happens, but certainly shifting within technical roles can happen. And I think it's rare. So I think it's nice you got the opportunity. Could have gotten a pizza or 6. Oh man, at modern pizza prices, that's like, it's like $100. Are the paths right? Are the scenes in UI slash? I don't remember, but I think they are. Because I don't think I changed this. Is there a debug folder in here? What is it? Scenes UI debug? Okay, no, maybe I messed this up already. Oh, I'm in assets. Game scenes UI. Yeah, they are. Okay. Well, eating 6 pizzas in a row also wouldn't have been your finest moment. Would have needed to parcel those out. So cheats menu. Yeah, I think this stuff's fine. Okay, we're getting there. We are getting there. So now the debug draw screen has a draw menu that is the wrong thing. This is an instance of debug menu. It needs to be an instance of draw terrain menu. So let's instantiate in a draw terrain menu and put this where this one is and delete this. We could actually just have this hidden by default and then make this unique. And I guess let's get rid of the term draw menu from here. Draw menu. Yeah, we'll call this draw terrain menu. Okie dokes. 6 pizzas last me at least 2 days. Hey, it depends on the size of the pizza, right? Isn't like a bagel bite technically a pizza? I've never thought of this in my life. Bagel bite. Do these even still exist? Yeah, they probably still exist. Yeah, 9 count. You eat a whole box of pizzas. I was a full stack dev and tech lead at my last company, but it was just a small local place. I figured I'd use software engineering test to get into a big SF startup. Try to pivot back into real dev over time. Well, it sounds like it's going pretty well over there. And yeah, congrats. Hopefully they appreciate it and everything. I think that's what's kind of tough. Like this happened at Google as well. There are different levels at Google. Like L3 is basically like the college hire, and L4 is, you know, slightly more independent, all the way up to whatever, L9 or something. And a lot of people get hired in like here, but they had a PhD and they ran a startup or something like that. And they're like, why am I L4 if I have all this experience? And it's like, well, the company doesn't know you have it. They're already paying you a bunch of money, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, you mentioned big SF companies. They probably want some like standardization out of your experience. And it's tough to tell a small company what you actually did or what the impact was, unless you sold the company for like $100 million. Okay, so this stuff's gonna end up moving so that we're not gonna need a lot of these things. Okay, so let's start moving some stuff out of here then. I guess let's delete this and this. Let's put this over here in Cheats menu. Sounds good. Unhandled input. This will only go into the Cheats menu. Yeah. What else? What else? What else? These are the generic ones, so those will stay here. These can then be deleted. So debug draw screen is going to do, I guess it can set up all the drawing code. Although we don't even really need that, right? What's the point of even having this script here? I guess nothing so far. Yeah, open with shortcuts, just not there. All right, let's try running this. Debug menu doesn't contain a definition for create. This was in town. This now needs to be cheats menu. And probably we should rename this to cheats menu. And this should also be cheats menu. Sounds good. Let's go try that. Wait, there's still an issue here. Oh, because this comes from cheats menu as well. Is there anywhere else that I did this? No. Cool, let's try running it. All right, everything should just be working how it used to work, but now we should be pretty much done with this stuff. So let's click grant most things. We got everything. Show all signs, I guess, is already kind of done. Toggle invincibility, unlock all adventurers. Oh, grant most things, already did that. Grant items, that's working. Yeah, there's a shader problem that we're gonna have to fix. Add customer. Does that work? We should see a bunch show up. Yep. Add worker. Yep. Increase game speed. Cool. Upgrade shops. Yep. Create instance and draw. And then the draw stuff should be working too. Wait, does this actually make the skeletons take this path? No, it doesn't modify navigation. So yeah, it wouldn't. But cool. Yeah, that's it. Can't ignore the mini sprites. I know. It's such a pain. All right, so I'm going to click the plus button here and we're going to say refactor debug menu. Debug menu is now a base class. then cheats menu. Oh, actually, no, we can just delete draw terrain menu completely. Yeah, we should probably do that. Okay. Draw terrain menu is gone. And then instead, we'll have this thing use debug menu directly. Yeah. And check that stuff in. All right, so debug menu is now a base class. And cheats menu inherits from it. Yeah. Okay, anything unusual here? So far, we're looking good. Yep. Oh, you know what we should do? We should run this tool. Let's keep looking through this. Yeah, so as far as code in town goes, nothing really got any easier or better. But I think this clarified some of the code that's inside the debug menu. Any other changes here now? No, that's it. Okay, so I'm going to commit that. We're going to sync that. And there are 12 changes. Now we're done. I'm not going to do anything else here that we had written down. So now I think we can just merge this. Yeah. Looks good. I made some changes on stream. That's pretty much it. Squash and merge. Whenever I say this, it reminds me of Ocean's 11. Oh, who's that character? Anyway, he says something like, run and hide, Mr. Ocean. Run and hide. I always think about that when I say squash and merge. This is probably not the exact quote, or something like that. Hey, Madi, welcome in. I'm doing pretty well. It's been a pretty good Friday so far. We got 1 PR done, and that's it in about 2 hours. We're about to get PR number 2 done. Do I have Discord? I have Discord, yes, but I am unlikely to want to share it now that I've heard you ask this within the first like 3 seconds of joining. Also, you created your account a week ago, so this does not sound like good news. Send me, this is my name. I'm about to ban you from chat. So yeah, I'm gonna ban you from chat. I don't like where this is going. I don't care where this is going. There's no way this is gonna end in something that's actually productive for me. So I saved all your videos and stuff and shared all this with my son. Videos on the development, you mean? Oh, the keyboard. Oh, the keyboard. Gotcha. Yeah. No. It's fine, M2. I mean, it's public information. This person will have found it eventually anyway. And yeah, I mean, given that they just created an account a week ago, I'm pretty sure they'll just be back with another account at some point, and I'll just ban the new account too. But such is life. All right, let's see. This adds window controls to the instance slots, minimizing and unminimizing. Basically hides the instance viewport to save space. Docking and undocking the window. This moves the slot out of the scroll container so it's floating. Dragging windows when undocked. A title label with the name of the instance. Also has a tooltip with a list of adventurers in that battle. Some related changes that are not necessarily part of the feature. Instance slot had to change a bit to accommodate the toolbar and hiding the battle. Also changed it to show the full frame of the panel. I think I know what this is. And changes to offset is such a... Yeah, got it. Yeah, I think that's fine. And the dev stuff. Stuff your site for learning to program. Oh, cool. Yeah, I mean, that's awesome. I hope it helps. Instances manager in the town scene had the wrong position for some reason, going off screen. This became evident when allowing instances to be dragged. Also interesting, yeah. Mr. Benedict. Yes, Terry Benedict, that was his name. Yeah, but was that close enough to the exact quote? We homeschool, so learning is easy around here. Gets lots of options. Yeah, I think it's good. Why are you being mean? Am I being mean? Do you think something I did was mean? I can't tell if this is a kappa or an implied kappa moment, or if it's being serious, because I'm happy to entertain if it's serious. Atypical, welcome back in. Nothing much. Just kind of making some progress on Skeleseller. I mentally pivoted in my head to we can start tackling some stuff that's not super important. And I only have important stuff to work on for the morning. But then after that, we got to figure out what are we doing next. And I haven't actually figured that out yet. All right, instant slide to change the full frame of the panel. I looked at that. I've gotten tired of writing, copy pasting await node to signal. There's now an extension, call next frame. Pretty good. I'll send a PR, changing the other places. That sounds fine. We were clamping to the viewport in a few different places. There's now an extension method that can be called with clamp to viewport. Sounds good too. Okay, I've watched the video already, so I'm gonna test this myself. Just saying words to say words. Gotcha. Yeah. Because I was gonna say I try to be fair, and a lot of times it means not kind of clamping down, and I think I should. Like earlier, I mean, I felt bad, and I know this person seems to have left the stream, but they asked like, "Hey, can I share a link to my game?" I said no, and like, I don't know. I felt like kind of a jerk, but then at the same time, it's like there have certainly been people who've come into the community who've just been like, I just want to share my own thing, never contribute, and who knows? Maybe this person is part of that camp. Maybe they're part of a nicer camp. Probably move the close button to the toolbar. Can add more information in the title and tooltip. And we have allow for expanding this. Maybe we can tackle it next. Yeah, I think that'll be pretty interesting. Something else I had in mind, do we want to include this in the demo or should this be considered full game content? I think it should be in the demo. We've gotten feedback on this a lot. And actually if you search Skeleseller on Google, one of the sites that pops up is this. And the top review here is this, which is, let me zoom in. What in the world? Why is zooming in not working? Hold on a second. What's going on here? What is going on? Oh, there we go. Why didn't that work? Huh, strange. Okay, well, anyway, I like it, but it has some major interface issues. Constantly edge scrolling. We now have an option to turn that off. And the battle window takes up way too much of the screen. We'll now have a way to minimize that. So yeah, there is definitely feedback on some of these things. That one wasn't about maximizing it, but a lot of people have asked for that feature. And I wonder if we should, yeah, anyway, yeah. Okay, so let's go try this out. So GHPR list, check out 923. Then go load this up. Close out of these things. And let's run it. We had a well-liked guy get hacked in the Hades speedrunning server and start DMing people who are working on this game. Would you be interested in playtesting it? Why does that link? Oh, it's going to link to something that doesn't actually do anything. So yeah, it shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, that's pretty common, hijacking accounts and then using the sort of implicit trust that account has to try to get other people to get the same hack. It's definitely a shame. That's why you should always be careful. Always authenticate everybody. Have a secret question that only they know the answer to and ask them every single time you talk to them. My question stands there for whether you want to release it now or bundle the next big update. Yeah, I think we should release it now. Hey, Dane. Okay, so check this out. So now we have these things here, and you can click the minimize button and have this take up pretty much no space. Sorry, let me move this. You can have the minimize button, maximize button. This will take up almost no space. And you can click the undock button. These should have tooltips, by the way. I'll write that down. Add tooltips to the buttons in the title bar. That should be pretty easy to do. And then, yeah, you can drag this around wherever you want it. So I could put one battle there. I could put one battle here. I could, oh, whoops. Okay, this brings us to kind of an interesting point, which is that each slot should probably remember where it goes on the screen and get reused. Yeah. Should probably have a memory for where the slots go on the screen so that closing windows doesn't redock the new windows to the bottom. I always come to the stream with howdy howdy. So you're saying if you ever make a typo to ban you. Gotcha. This is not working the way I would expect. This has nothing to do with Kevin's feature. It has to do with me not being able to, oh, maybe because this character's not battling? Okay, there. Not debug speed up, and now do that. Okay, cool. So we got 3 windows, and they're unique windows, and we can show these however we want up here. I also wonder if just dragging here, even when it's docked, should move this thing. Maybe dragging while the window is docked should undock it and immediately enter move mode. I don't mind if people say hi. And then we should probably keep track of like what the order of these things is based on what you clicked. Clicking a window should probably change its Z index relative to the other windows, so that a clicked window brings it to the front. Hey, developer. Oh, looking through chat history over here. Called out. Yeah, this one's super important because otherwise it's a little bit tough to use. What happens if we resize the game window, put this over here, and then shrink it? Yeah, so it stays on screen. Hey, OxyClean. Started working in Unity the other day after your suggestions, and it's going really well. Enjoying Unity and getting some good progress. Other than the slight 3 hours it took me to fix my day-night cycle script, but I'd say it would go great. Awesome. I'm glad to hear it. And yeah, hi. Okay, so we can minimize these to just wherever they are. This is another thing I'm not totally sure what people would want to see out of this. You know, I think our minimized view here could show your life versus the enemy's life and maybe whether some action should be performed. Like if you're in battle, we don't even have auto battle. Let's go unlock auto battle. If you're in battle and you have auto battle on, so now this character's battling, we're going to minimize this. We should maybe show something here, like state, fighting, total adventurer life, total enemy life. Yeah, I think that'll be a future PR though. Future PR, show minimized, show battle state when minimized. Maybe just like maybe just life roll-ups. 50% versus 30%. Okay, so then what if we save and load? Because that's another thing. If we keep track of positions, we probably want those to be maintained as well. Yeah, should have a memory for this. We should probably even save and load these values. Okay, but going back a step, because this is what I thought would be pretty important here. Let's say you have 3 windows that you've opened. So we do this and, whoops, messing up my own thing. We do that, and we do that. And then we move these out of here. And then we stop a battle. So the cleric battle is gone. And now we start a new battle with the cleric. It goes back into the dock. Yeah. I don't think people would expect that. But this is a super cool feature. Because people with super wide monitors, like I can't really emulate this over here. But imagine that this monitor were like double the size, right? Oh, we kind of can. Yeah, we could do something like that. Yeah, so some people want these battle windows to be... Wait a second, why can't I drag? Why can't I drag from there? That doesn't seem right. I think it's only where there is text. Or hang on, let me zoom in on this. Yeah, we can only drag up to this pixel. We should probably allow this to work on anything, yeah. Can you dock these after moving them around? Yeah. If you press this down button, it'll dock them again. Oh, and we broke clicking to... Yeah, okay. Could it be a visual thing with your cursor? It certainly could be. It's very hard to tell. Not sure if this is just a problem with my cursor, but it doesn't look like you can drag from the pixels just above the title. And then you can no longer drag docked windows. to scroll them, you now have to use the scroll wheel. Can lock them after moving so you don't accidentally drag them again. I don't think we should do that prematurely. I think we should wait and see, are people frustrated by that? And then this is the other problem too, which is that this z-index thing needs to be done for even the docked windows. This should be done even for the docked windows. Otherwise, you can put a window. You can end up in a state like this, where we have. Yeah, I'll just take a screenshot of this. The cleric's battle windows controls are somewhere behind the archer's window, so you can't undock the cleric's window without moving / minimizing the archers. Yeah. Okay, so unlike with the last PR, I'm not going to make these changes, but I am going to review this still. Because, yeah, this feature is great. And then adding the X into the bar up here. I kind of wonder, maybe that, you know what? Okay, this is kind of wild. What if we always had the X visible so that people didn't just see it appear and then be like, oh my God, I have to click that. Because that's the problem that a lot of people run into right now. When a battle is done, in the current game, we don't have these extra buttons at the top. So when the battle's done, they see this. They're like, oh yeah, I'm done battling. And they're like, wait a second. No, I actually wanted that party to go somewhere else. Yeah, I think always showing the close button could potentially fix that problem. Maybe we always show the close button in the top bar. And maybe that would fix the problem of people getting close happy. There's one other thing I need to say. Oh yeah, so functionally, this would be one of the only times you can close a window without first fleeing. But that should be possible since we can preempt battle windows when you have 3 open and start a new battle. So just as long as it runs whatever code that does. Yeah. This is good though. And then yeah, like I said, I think just dragging from here should probably allow you to. Yeah. And that way you don't explicitly need an undock thing. In fact, maybe even having, I don't know. Yeah, that could be fine. Oh, and it always undocks to the same location. Yeah, but I think we've written all this stuff down. So now, is there any problem with like dragging over here or doing something? Let's try giving ourselves the entire warehouse. And then I need an item on my cursor and I'm going to let go of it over here. No, it does not do anything. Okay, that's fine. And we don't click through this at all. No, yeah, cool. Wow. This is just such a big change for the game. Okay, so now where would I put this on my screen? I actually would probably just keep them at the bottom anyway. But oh, you know what? Something this would let you do, which I only just thought of, is it would let you have all of your battle windows in the same, whoops, yeah, I definitely want that feature to be there. Let you have them all in pretty much the same spot and then just click a title bar based on which one you want to see at the time. And eventually that'll bring that one to the front. So I guess you need to stagger these a little bit more maybe. Like that. Now, granted, you could also just minimize them and put them wherever you want. In fact, you could stack even those on top of each other. Can you minimize and dock? Yeah. And then you can still scroll these things. Yeah, so now they're overlapping. And the third one disappeared. Oh, that's a problem. Yes, that is definitely a problem. Okay. I'll write that down. Bug start 3 battles. Did I need to undock them for that? I don't think so. Let's close. Let's just do this. All right, so we go start 3 battles. 1, 2, 3. Minimize, 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 and then have this take up half the size. Yeah, that does it. Okay, so start 3 battles, minimize all 3 battles, and then shrink the game window. Can you slowly shrink it for that to happen? Probably. Yeah, I think if I had to guess, it thinks its minimum size is based on whether the instance is showing. Yeah. Result, the minimized title bars will stack. I assume their minimum size is 0 when no instance is actually showing. Okay. Yeah. All right. So where did minus come from? Is it over here? Or is this a CC0 thing? Do not think it came from there. I made minus a plus. Oh, I see. Well, well, well. We now have another artist credit in the game. All right, I'm going to write that down in licenses. Are these SVGs? Yeah. Minus.svg and plus.svg were made by Kevin. Top tier art. Draw 2 rectangles. Hey, it works. All right, so we viewed that. And plane arrow. There should be an up and a down arrow. Ideally, it's the same thing, just rotated. Yeah, probably is. Yes. Okay, good. That's fine. Cool. Plus, sounds good. All right, instance slot had to change. So let me just take a look at the length of this. So we added a bunch of stuff. We now have a drag controller. We put things inside of a few different containers. Yeah, probably this is why one of these things broke with the dragging to scroll, is that something is consuming mouse clicks when it's docked. But I'm not going to probably have... Oh, actually. Okay, so my overall conclusion is I want some of these issues to be fixed before we expose this. But I don't need them to be in this same PR. Seems unlikely because only the toolbar should work for drag. I see. Yeah, I'm not sure. But yeah, I think something's probably, or maybe, I don't know. Yeah, we need to look into it, I guess. So I don't know what we do about this. I guess this does mean hide it behind a feature flag. Because this is usable, but I think we can make it more usable before we expose it. And I don't want to have it be tacked on as just one giant PR. Because I think whatever we have right now is fine, even with some of the issues. Interesting. Interesting indeed. I also wonder if we should end up making like a minimize all kind of thing. And maybe it could be something where we tell you in the tooltip for this, like hold shift to minimize all at once or hold shift to maximize. Actually, that could be pretty good. E.g. minimize this window. maybe holding shift should apply that change to all of the windows. The tooltip could even mention this. E.g., if you want to undock all windows, maximize all, minimize all, etc. It's easy enough to put a bind flag when I fix the bugs. Okay, yeah. Yeah. So I think that's the, like, what I'm pretty much going to do, and let me know if this does or doesn't work for you, is just kind of leave this on my list or share this in the PR, I guess. Yeah, I'll probably put it in the PR. I should do that myself. I should move all of this to the PR. How long is that to-do list? Feels like it's always expanding. So you actually have access to this to-do list if you want to take a look at it. It's right there. It is 40 pages long. And yeah, it generally, this is what happens with these lists. I think they do generally expand more than they contract. And there are times when I tackle things from it. Like we're going to move these tons of lines into GitHub. Something else I thought about and didn't do. When you dock back a window, should it return to the same order it was, or should it be the last one? I think making it the last one probably makes sense. Like if we take this one out, this is the one with the rogue, then we put it back down. Yeah, I think having it be the last one would be good. I think it should maybe look like it's going to the last position if we're going to do that, but it doesn't really matter. Yeah, it'd probably be clearer if it looked like it was going to the right side. I guess I'll just write a note about that. Knit. When you have two windows docked and one undocked, the docking the undocked one should probably animate to a different position than the center of the bottom of the screen. It's pretty cool though. Pretty cool indeed. So if you weren't to touch anything, I guess this would kind of look like a wall of stuff at the bottom. Yeah. Okay, let's keep looking through this. So this is the instance slot that we're looking at. Instance slot. Top bar, margin container. Oh, wait, maybe this is what I was seeing as the difference here. There's like a 1 pixel difference. And the drag controller may be set to a different thing. Yeah, it's just set to the toolbar. I think that's the problem. Yeah. I think if we set it to the margin container or the top bar container, I think that would work. With that said, I'm not making these changes, and I know this is a super easy one. In fact, I should just test it. So let's do that. So if I set this to top bar container, save, and then we run this. And then I guess I will make this change because I mean, I'm testing it right now anyway, might as well. Okay, so now we undock this, and now we can drag. Okay, interesting. Wait, what happened there? No, I think this is just working fine. Yeah, I thought there was a pixel I could start dragging where it wouldn't work. And actually, maybe that's the case. No, I don't think so. Yeah, I think this is good. Check the mouse filter in those. In what, all the different... Oh, wait a sec. Oh, am I finding that when I'm like right there? No, that wouldn't make sense anyway. Yeah, anyway, okay, that change is pretty good. Let's check that in. There's going to be mention where minus and plus came from. Mention where SVGs came from, yeah. And then this is going to be allow dragging from the entire top bar. There were maybe like 2 pixels that you couldn't drag from due to the margin container. Thought I set the filter to ignore. It wouldn't work, but I guess not. Oh, I see what you're saying. Does drag controller just make them not be ignore anymore? Because it might change that. Organash, thanks for subbing. Why did that just pop up like that? I'm gonna say allow, but I don't know what it's trying to do. Huh, strange. Yeah, welcome back. Or I guess welcome. Filter? Here we go. If it's set to ignore, it'll say that it's set to ignore, won't be able to properly function. Did we see that happen? No. It prints an error when it is ignore. Gotcha. Yeah. So they weren't set to ignore, I guess. All right, but pretty cool. So now, and you know, probably, and this is probably being super nitpicky now, we probably want it to be even these top few pixels so that people who are aiming at the very top of this thing can still drag it, but I'm not concerned about that very much. It might not even be hard to do. We could probably just add another drag controller and have it act on the panel. Make the whole slot draggable. Oh, like you just drag from pretty much anywhere and you move the whole window? Yeah, in fact, that might be the most usable way of doing this. Yeah. All right, so where's the thing I wrote? Yeah, this one. Okay, so perhaps we should try allowing dragging any part of the window, not just the title bar. Yeah. Okay, so let's keep going through the code here. So I've looked through this. I'm pretty happy with that. Instances manager changed. Snow needs offset bottom set to 10, so the slot border is hidden when docked. Sounds good. Yep, I don't think there's anything too crazy about that. Eocleus. +1 to making the whole slot draggable. Just change it to be one of the top containers. That should work. Let's try it out. Instance slot. Does Kevin get points even though he's working on the project? Rarely. Because otherwise Kevin would have like 40 points more than everybody else. And I thought that was sort of unfair. Everyone needs to make sacrifices. Yeah, I think this is pretty good. Oh, except that it can get stuck. Yeah, when the battle starts, whatever I was dragging by got changed. So now the mouse release can never happen. And there's no dropping this thing until you click it again. He does have the most points, yeah. Part of it's because he was helping out before he started officially working on this. And then part of it is because he's pretty actively paying attention kind of constantly. So when he has to make a call. Okay, so this is something we can do. We can easily do this by changing the drag controller to target the, what's it called? Instance slot. But then we run into a slightly different issue, which is that you can drag from a component that will get removed from the scene tree. So the slot will be stuck on the mouse until you left click again. To fix this, well, I guess, how about I just write to repro this, start a battle while the adventurer is walking to the portal, drag from the walking to portal background, and then after they're in the battle, let go of left click. Press left click, but don't let go. Yeah. So let's try that again. So we click this, then we drag from here, and now it's stuck. Yeah. Note this same thing can happen when dragging from the end battle screen and then getting into a battle. And presumably also, if you were to drag like this, we wait for it to start, now we drag, and now we, well, we have to wait for it to end. So I should have sped up the game first. It's not too late, but I'm not going to do it now. And the battle ends, and now I let go. Oh no, that did not happen. Why did that not happen? Oh, because the background still exists there. So it's only when this overlay exists and it exists in that case, and it exists in this case. Yeah. This doesn't happen when you drag from an ongoing battle and wait for end battle screen to show up, because the battle background still exists and is just being covered by end battle screen. You know what we could probably do to fix this? I think we could have drag controller detect when the drag node gets removed from the tree. That'd be very smart. In fact, I kind of want to try that now. All right, we're going to do that because I want to check this out. So yeah, there's mouse entered, mouse exited. We also want to check control dot like removed from. Is there something like removed from tree? Tree exited, tree exiting. Emitted when the node is just about to exit the tree. The node is still valid. Yeah, that's what we want. So plus equal, I guess just on exited. And then we remove this tree exiting or exiting. Yeah, there. Okay, that should do it. That should fix the problem. And that's a very elegant fix for this, because it's only 2 lines of code. We don't need any like wacky if statements going on here. Let's see if that works though. So we start dragging by here. I need to wait for the rogue to reach the portal. They're taking their sweet time. Yeah, I start dragging by here. As soon as the battle starts. Oh, we're still dragging. No, so that did not fix it. It's an elegant non-solution though, because it's like 2 lines of code that do nothing. That thing left the tree though, right? Let's write a new function here. Private void testeroni gd.print exiting the tree. And actually, let's print out the node. We don't know what node it is. Let's just do this. Let's put a breakpoint here too, maybe. And then instead of doing this on tree exiting, so this, let's change into that. And this is the control that hit this thing. Yeah. But we won't be able to figure out what this was set to. Unless on mouse entered tracks it. No, it doesn't. Okay, well, that's fine. We can just set it anyway. I'll just do like a private control, last control to be hover. This is stupid. Let's just change our testeroni function. Control there. All right, and then just delete this for now. Okay, let's try that out. Do I have a breakpoint on that? Yes. All right, so we do the same thing we did before. Oh, interesting. It's already exiting the tree. Oh. I think I see what's happening here. The control is the drag source. The drag source doesn't actually ever go away. So what's happening here? It's that the event is getting consumed by something else. So mouse exited could never happen. What is causing this? What sets enabled to false? Oh, I see. That's fine. Interesting. All right, let's put a breakpoint here then. gd.print mouse exited the source control, and on mouse entered the source control. Huh. Interesting. Let's get rid of the breakpoint I added here and try running that. Strange. Okay, that was pretty fast. We got entered, exited, entered, exited, entered, exited. Interesting. So it does indeed think that it exited. I guess we need to undo is dragging. Hey Mapon, can't you attach the mouse click to drag to the background instead of the foremost layer? So when the layer disappears, you're still attached to the back of the pop-up. The thing is, we should already be attached like that because the way that this is set up is the drag controller is pointing to the entire instance slot, which is the whole window. So whenever we click, we're actually listening, or at least this is my understanding, we should be listening in the instance slot, and the instance slot doesn't go away. So I think something's going wrong with, wait, what's going wrong? I guess that left click is being, wait, yeah, left click, we're letting go of left click. Was dragging, is dragging should be false. So let's just do this. If mouse button dot pressed. So if you don't press this, then say let go of left click, then put a breakpoint on that, and then try that out. Yeah, let's debug through that. All right, so we click this, we expand this, we drag, but then we don't let go until the battle starts. Now I let go. Oh, it doesn't even get hit. Oh, because something else is absorbing the GUI input? But if I click, it's going to get hit. Can't even click it now. Okay, so the problem is GUI input isn't hit on mouse up for the drag source. Why wouldn't it be? Well, there's the whole thing about Godot event ordering. Input handling. Where is that? Yeah, this. So GUI input is right there, which means the only things that can take priority are viewport functions, focused window, and input event. So possibly input event would be getting it, or the GUI event of another thing that's then marking it as handled. This is only for left clicking though. It says mouse button and it's gotta be left. So it's either pressing down or releasing, but I'm not doing either one until I'm finally releasing. Yeah, maybe some other listener is getting this. I guess that's possible. All right, what if we search for this? Problem is it had to be exactly that phrasing, yeah. I mean, we do this in a lot of different places. Party member base, radial menu, camera even has it. So maybe the camera is what's absorbing this. It could be. All right, let's, I guess, put this here then. gd.print camera mouse event. This is any event though. This could even be dragging. We only care about clicking. Oh no, it's mouse button, so it is clicking. Camera mouse button event. I don't know if the camera is getting it, but that's possible. And then the whole entered and exited the control, I guess we don't really care about. Let's try that. All right, so I am dragging. We wait for this thing to start. And I let go. It didn't print for the camera. If I click again, it'll print for this. So still, we don't know where this event is going. It'd be nice to be able to figure that out. I don't know an easy way to do that. All right, well, let's look through all these. I got down to camera, which is now the second thing. It's definitely not this. It's not this. It's not this. It could be this. Interesting. Okay, let's put a thing here. Left click on instances manager with pressed equals. Yeah, okay, might be that. What else do we have? Not item, item bin, item drop zone. Should be none of those. Should be none of those. Yeah, so pretty much one of those things. Let's try that again. I'm guessing slash hoping that it's this. All right, darn it. I should have been faster about this. Okay, there. Ooh, we beat it. Come on. Yeah, nice. No, it's still not that. Huh. What is getting this event then? Unless we remove the event handler, which we shouldn't be. What calls remove handlers? We set a different drag source. It's possible we're calling that. I don't know. Removing handlers. We shouldn't ever be setting a different drag source though, except for the very beginning of the program. Yeah, it says removing there. I don't care about that one. That one's fine. Let's just clear this whole thing. Wait, it called remove handlers at the very beginning of that. Oh darn it! I forgot. I forgot the order. I think it is calling this, but I'm not sure why yet. Okay, hold on. Let's redo that. My bad. I wasn't paying attention. All right, clear this. Create this. It calls removing handlers immediately. That doesn't actually matter. Then it calls exiting the tree. Then I click this. So it does not remove them in between left clicking and then letting go. Letting go doesn't get absorbed anywhere though. Where would that be happening then? It's possible we'd be disabling it, but that's only if we dock or undock. So I don't think that should matter. And yeah, nothing else even marks this thing. It's just right here. Mouse button was pressed. I guess let's print this out regardless. Left click pressed on drag controller. Actually, this is on drag source. Yeah, so just delete this. So it says true there. Then I let go. Obviously doesn't register anything. And yeah, that's what we're trying to figure out now. All right, well, let's write it down. Problem is GUI input isn't hit on mouse up for the drag source. I don't know what's absorbing the event. It can't be that the event's not happening. We're not removing the handlers, and we're not disabling the drag controller. So it must be that something else is getting the event. Figuring that out is pretty difficult though. And then also there's this input event here. There's one other thing we could potentially try. And it's using the MISC part of the debugger, which tells you what you've clicked. That's only what you clicked. You add or remove some object or node. Thus your left click is removed with the object or node. So we are adding a node and we are removing another node, but it shouldn't be what we're clicking that changes. Oh, maybe. Hang on a second. Let me think about this. We need to figure out what it thinks we're clicking. Let's close out of these things. Because yeah, maybe we have a mouse handler on something that I don't think we should have a mouse handler on. But yeah, let's try this out. Okay, so we click this and then we click, oops, click the wrong thing. Yeah, let's try that again. We need the rogue to get far enough away from the portal. Actually, no, we don't. Yeah, we can just drag from here. Yeah, so what does it think that we're clicking? Sub viewport container. This is with end battle screen showing. So what about when you don't have anything showing? Okay, what was that? This is with walking to portal showing. Yeah, okay. So it thinks that we've clicked the background of walking to portal. And then this goes away. The thing that's weird about this, though, is that the GUI input should still go to the instance slot. Right? Like if I just got rid of this rectangle entirely, we'd be clicking something else. And ideally, it's not a walking to portal. It should be whatever that thing is. What is that? Yeah, it should just be instance slot. Yeah. We wanted to think that we've clicked that. But I don't see why it would matter even if we didn't, because the thing that we're adding listeners to is the root. This thing ceases to exist. Is that somehow getting our mouse up? That has to do with this not being in the tree anymore? In which case we capture the node that we got and then listen for it to leave the tree and then consider that to be a mouse up. Okay, that could potentially work. But I don't know if that's correct. Maybe we need to detect which node actually got the event and listen for it to leave the tree and consider that to be the mouse exiting. But what we can do to kind of hack around this at first is just go into the walking to portal thing, and where the texture rectangle is, this background, where is it? There's a texture rectangle in here. There it is. Yeah, we can just turn off mouse listener for this. Just ignore. And then see what happens. So now what does it think we're clicking? No, it still didn't fix this. It now thinks we're clicking... Still a texture rectangle. Okay, I probably need to restart this because that shouldn't have happened. Click all these things and set this up. Now it thinks we clicked a sub viewport container. Oh, now it worked. What? Okay. Yeah, so when we click the walking to portal background, it's a texture rect that is the clicked control. Then that disappears and presumably consumes our mouse up event. Turning off the mouse listener on that fixes the problem. But yeah, I wonder if we can do this generically. How do we even know? That's the real problem. How would we know what we clicked? Hey, Bad Chris. Let's crack those monsters. We might be able to get a target. Source. Okay, what do we have here? Device. Native instance. Maybe. What is this thing? It's an integer. I don't need an integer. Resource name, path, etc. Nothing else. Is there a get something here? ID, local scene, instance ID, grid type, component type. It only works for dragging and is transparent for everything else. This is something like what we were probably going to need to do for items at some point. We would need this to be in the right scene, and we need it to not overlay anything else. I think we just need to remove mouse listeners for stuff. But seriously, there's no way to figure out what we clicked. That's the part I don't understand here. Like, how does this thing do it? Clicked control. All right, Godot, GUI input, figure out what was clicked. How to detect if a UI node is clicked? Where my click input is being captured? They're going to just say use the debugger thing, right? Yeah. But I want to figure out how to do that through code. Target. GUI input maybe. Virtual method to be implemented by the user. Override this to handle and accept inputs on UI elements. This doesn't make any sense. Yeah, this doesn't make any sense. I think it has to do with how this pass thing works. It says propagate up. So I think what's happening is the texture rectangle is getting the GUI input. It doesn't have a handler for it, so it passes all the way up, finds our handler for it, and then something weird happens on mouse up. So what does that do? The controller will receive mouse input, mouse movement input events, and mouse button input events. It will also receive mouse entered and exited. If the control does not handle it, the event will propagate up to its parent. The event is bubbled up the node hierarchy until it reaches a non-canvas item, a control with mouse filter stop, canvas item top level. This will allow signals to fire in all controls it reaches. If no control handled it, the event will be passed as shortcut input for further processing. This makes sense, but I think what this is basically, there's probably something within Godot that says if this thing ended up getting a click, a mouse down, that this thing is going to get the mouse up, but then it gets disposed and doesn't know to pass this upward, which just seems weird to me. But yeah, maybe the solution is just ignore the mouse clicks on this stuff. All right, well, we need to do the same thing with end battle screen. So we have this here. It was clicking a sub viewport container. Wait, what? Where's that? There's no sub viewport container here. What? So hold on a second. Oh, now we can't click from God, I'm breaking everything. All right, so we do this and click here and then let go. Oh, it works. What? I didn't even fix anything. That's bizarre. Okay, well, we got to remove mouse handlers for this stuff, I guess. Although then you won't be able to drag by the word forest. Yeah. Excuse me. Okay, so let's take a look at this. These things probably all have mouse listeners set on them. The margin container should not have it. If we set it to ignore, then it won't be able to get the toolbar over here. The toolbar being its own scene that has all the buttons in it. I don't know if we can do this the way I want to do this. These things are absorbing clicks. Okay, well, I guess I don't want this to be here. This already has propagate up. Oh, maybe the toolbar is the problem then. Yeah, probably. This whole thing presumably has a mouse listener. No, it's still set to pass. I guess this is working just fine. Unless this is expanded, is this? Oh, well, there's the problem. We have this set to ignore. Let's just set it to pass. Does that fix that? Not immediately, but maybe it will. All right, we're getting there. No, you still can't drag by this. What does it think I'm clicking? It thinks I'm clicking the V separator inside the toolbar, which we just said to pass upward. There is no other V separator here, right? V sep, no, yeah, just the one. And I saved that. So what's the problem? What is the problem? If we get passed into here, which is pass up, stop. Oh, well, there it is. Okay, pass. And pass. Pass. Yeah, okay, that should fix it, right? Yes. But what does that break now? Because this was probably set to stop for a reason. Top bar container had stop, and we need it to be pass. Maybe when it's docked now, it's going to mess up. No, still fine. All right, well, I think we should go with this then. Wait a second. How do we, what? How can we drag by the duration label and also get a tooltip? But we can't drag by forest. What's causing that to work? End battle screen. Duration label is in here somewhere. Battle duration. What do you have set on you? Mouse. Set to stop. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. So that means that in here, we need the title to have stop set on it. Mouse stop. I don't think that's right. Well, what? That does work? What? I don't get that. Yeah, I don't get that. Oh, wait. Oh, it's the tooltip that I put stop on? Something strange. This is incorrect. It pops up every time I come to your stream, seeing if this makes it stop. Thanks for the resub, TJ. Back, what's broken? So I think I fixed the stuff I was just talking about, but let me take a look really fast because this isn't showing anything now with duration here. There it is. What is this? This is a rich text label that had stop. Wait, so setting whatever I just set should not have done anything. This can be whatever it used to be. Ignore, sure. The title label itself needs stop set. Set to ignore. What? Okay, I'm a little bit confused. Let's try this again. Oh, now it's working. I didn't do anything, did I? I don't think I did anything. I don't know what's causing that to work all of a sudden. Maybe it's when the battle is over. No. Is it when the battle is not even started yet? No. All right, I don't know. Yeah, so Kevin, to sum up the last half hour, I got it so that you can drag from the background here. But the problem was that if you drag, let's say you drag from the end battle screen and then you let go. Oh, in fact, this just happened right here. Wait, but I fixed that. Apparently I did not fix that. Drag from here. Then we let go. It worked that time. Something's going on. I don't know what it is though. I drag from the bottom here. Maybe it's where I let go. No problem there. What caused this? Yeah, it just broke there. Okay, I was just to the right of the repeat button. Yeah, so whatever is just to the right of the repeat button is causing a problem. Oh, maybe there's okay, hold on. Maybe the HBox container or something is set to absorb all the clicks. Is that what's happening here? Yes, it is. Okay, all right, I see. So that's the problem. We've got to find every single one of these handlers and remove them. So the repeat controls in this case, end battle screen, repeat. This has mouse set to That's actually correct. Maybe the parent isn't set correctly then? Mouse is set to ignore. Yeah, this needs pass. I'm probably breaking stuff. Yeah, this whole thing needs to be set to pass. And this. And this. And this. All right, maybe this is all dumb. I'm not sure. But we can test it out now. So we end a battle, we click here, we drag from the right of that, and now nope, it's not working. I should be able to let go of that. It's still an HBox container over here. The repeat controls. So something in this hierarchy is not working the way it should. But I fixed all of these, right? Yes, 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 and yes. What else could be going wrong then? End battle screen is inside content container. I guess one of those things could be breaking it. Instance slot content container. Mouse. Pass. VBox container. Pass. 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 Yeah. Hey, Krasner. Yeah, the week was pretty good. Front page day was good. Got 99 more wish lists on Skeleseller. I can't figure out this problem right now, though. When we drag from over here, we're hitting the repeat controls, but it should tell it to pass the input up. Oh, maybe there's something else handling the input. Does this have a GUI input event? No. All right, I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Feels like a lot. Yeah, it's more than what we normally get. It's kind of interesting because in order to get to like tens of thousands of wish lists, we would need, Kevin actually mentioned this, we need like one of those front page days to happen for whatever, 20, 30 days in a row. Pretty crazy. Or more than that, sorry. What am I talking about? 20 days would be 2,000. So we need 200 days to get 20,000. Okay, so one, I'm not sure if this is the right way to do things. And two, if it is the right way, why is it not working? Like, why does this not pass the event up? Mouse up handler should be getting hit. I dragged from this, but the drag started from the right of it. Right? We can, oops, I didn't mean to click that. Is it, I can't make sense of this. Yeah. Can't make sense of this. It thinks it's this every time. But every single thing in this hierarchy. Oh, unless something changes its own mouse filter. I guess we could look for that. Mouse filter equals, and then I guess another space. All right, so button with custom children has something. Camera pan, screen edge, tooltip on parent. And none of this stuff is what I need. Yeah, no, it's none of this stuff. So nothing's changing it. And everything had it set to pass it upward. I guess there could be another child added in the scene hierarchy, but we would see that in here. Yeah. So we could just validate this by looking through all of these. We repeat controls followed by a VBox container, then a margin, then a panel, then another VBox, then end battle screen, then content container. Yeah, I looked at all these. Content container, then a VBox container, then a panel, then the instance slot. Just tuned in. What is your hearing to? Hey, Moogle. For some of these, you may need to relaunch. I thought I'd relaunched. If I didn't, then and that turns out to be the problem, then man, that'd be embarrassing. I'll show the problem in just a second. Hang on, let me see. No, yeah, it's still happening. Okay, so here's the problem. We can click and drag by this spot just to the right or left of here. What I'm actually clicking is an invisible HBox container that extends for this whole dialog. So clicking and letting go then works. This is working exactly like how it should. What's not working is if I start a battle, then click here and then let go. Now, without my hand being on the mouse, if I just like nudge the mouse, it is still acting like left click is being held down. So I need to click and then let go for it to accurately resolve. So yeah, I can't figure out why that's happening. What's happening is a mouse up event is getting lost. And it's probably going to a control that's now been disposed, but it should be passed up the tree to get handled. And this is what we fixed on something else. Hey, Hallows. Hey, Reaper. Destroy the UI element before its click ended event fires. I had a similar event or similar bug. Yeah, but then where's that event going? And oh, I guess we set it to ignore. Oh my God. Okay, yeah. Okay, I see. I see. It's not pass. I don't need to set it to pass. I need to set it to ignore. Okay, my bad. My bad. Yeah. I don't know what this used to be. So now I'm changing it. But yeah, I think all of these get set to ignore, which is probably going to break everything we were doing. Oh God. All right, so we do this and then we try running this. I forgot I did not apply the same solution I applied to the other one. All right, so now does it work? So we click and drag from here. We wait for the battle to start. Then I let go, it works. Then I do that same thing from here. I click and I drag, I let go, and it works. Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, my bad. You can also set the HBox to shrink center instead of fill. Yeah, I think the filters make sense here. I should probably write this down, although who knows where, because I already have a bunch of things about clicking stuff, right? I'll just put it in troubleshooting, I guess. So a mouse up event is being consumed by a disposed node. Okay, well, let's try to write this down. I had this scenario. Left clicking allows you to drag windows. The contents of the windows can change while you're dragging them. This meant, in my game, this meant that the mouse down event could get handled by a node that since got disposed. So the mouse up event would seemingly go nowhere. Yeah. Hey, L:_Q, how you doing? You know, every time I raid you L:_Q, I always think maybe today's the day he'll just say Adam. It never happens. I know we've talked about this before, but I feel like if I just another half a year of me saying this, someday we'll drop the learns live. Well, I hope you're doing well. Okay, so the solution that I found in these cases is to set the ephemeral nodes mouse filter to ignore so that the drag source could get all of the events. Doing great. Hope you're doing well also. Yeah. Today's been going, it's been going well. I myself have not done a lot of work, but I've reviewed a lot of PR. Okay, so I think we've gotten this now to the point where it's all working how it should. Yes, good. And if anyone ever gets this stuck again, then we'll just fix it then. But yeah, I think this is a little bit more usable than just dragging by the top bar. And we should be able to drag by even the border. It's a little harder to tell because my cursor is gigantic, but yes, I think we can. Now there's something a little bit weird here. You can see the skeleton hand is not moving at the same ratio that the window is moving. Is that happening even when I'm zooming like that? No, it's not. It's a zoom problem. And we can get a little bit off by doing this if we do it really quickly, I guess. So if I drag by let's drag by the center of the O. So is it possible for me to get misaligned from that? Maybe, oh, only if I go to the left of the screen. Okay, I see. Yeah, so the edges of the screen cause it to happen. That's fine. Yeah, reviewing PRs is work, for sure. It is. I should give myself some credit for that. Also, I was making changes at the same time, I guess. But a lot of those changes were superfluous. Like, we could have just left it. All right, so I'm going to check this in. And this change is going to be pretty beefy for what I did in terms of number of files. And if you random UID changed, that's fun. Yeah, so we can get rid of this stuff. Revert that. Revert that. That. Probably all of this file. Yeah, I didn't do anything interesting, did I? No. Well, I like this solution a lot better when all I had to change was one file for 2 lines. We changed the mouse filter on what? 4 nodes? Yeah, 5 maybe? 4 or 5? Okay, so allow dragging the entire battle window. Before this, you could only drag from what exactly? The top bar container. But I think it makes sense for this to work just like text dialogues, where you can drag from anywhere that isn't already a button. In order for this to work, we needed to set the mouse filter to ignore for several other nodes, since the contents of the instance slot can change as you're dragging it. For example, if your characters were walking to a portal and you dragged, walking to the portal and you dragged the window, and you started dragging the window, but then you let go after the battle started, then the texture rect within walking to portal would absorb the mouse up event. Now that texture rect doesn't get the mouse down event in the first place. Okay, crazy, but this is what I really needed to write here. Left clicking allows you to drag any window in my game. The contents of the windows can change while you're dragging them, and some of those contents that could change had a mouse filter of, what's it called, propagate up. Where art thou? Documentation. Filter stop, filter pass. I guess pass. Mouse filter pass. Meaning they would propagate events upward. All right, this meant that the mouse down event could be handled by a node that would later get disposed. How do I say this? All right, so this meant that you could hit the following scenario. Mouse down on a node that will propagate the event upward. Have the node get disposed. Mouse up. Let go of the mouse button. At this point, the mouse up event would seemingly go nowhere. Solution I found in these cases is set the ephemeral node's mouse filter to ignore so the drag source could get all of the events. I assume Godot is doing something so that a node which propagates a mouse down will be the handler of the corresponding mouse up. Which doesn't work if that node ceases to exist. Okay, great. Tons of notes. Great, great, great. So we can delete all of that. Where did I leave off? And what time is it? It's 11:20. I should probably take a quick break. Yeah, and then we'll resume reviewing this. We have only like 12 more pages of code to look through. I'm kidding. It shouldn't be that bad. All right, I'll be right back. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Again, for those new here, just type join in Twitch chat. No need for an exclamation mark. And jump up to the top. Have fun. See you soon. Hey again, closed game. Let's keep reviewing. Good job, by the way, Muses. You're about to read about waiting two frames. Oh boy. All right, this looks good. Instance slot toolbar. We kind of looked at this, but not totally. This looks pretty straightforward. Yeah, I don't think there's anything too crazy about this, right? It's a few buttons. They're icon buttons. There's a V separator here. And then a title. Yeah, okay, this is fine. Thanks, L:Q. Fell so many times. Well, you still won. Movement functions. What is this? Move to. Oh, interesting. Okay. Movement functions. So is this used by two places now? Well, yes, but one file. Docking and undocking. Interesting. When docking it, we pick a position. Global position plus size dot x divided by 2 minus slot dot size dot x divided by 2 times move it right of that. Yeah, got it. Okay. Plus the size down. Um, this. This is the size of the instances manager. And then the slot size. So the center of that basically. But the problem is we always dock to the same spot. So there it looks good. This is exactly where it should be. But when you have two battle windows open and we dock this, it should actually go to the right of that. So the size of the instance manager isn't actually reported correctly, is it? No, wait, no, it's not that. It's that we're always trying to center it. Yeah, we just shouldn't be trying to center it. So what do we do here? We do the size of this. Oh, I guess this is true when there are 0 things in here. Is there like a num instance slots? How does this work? It's an iterative function. Okay, yeah. Well, that's too bad. But whatever, I guess we can still do that. Watching and feeding. We're absorbing knowledge this way. Vector to... This is technically the destination, right? Yeah, destination. Let's just do it that way. And then let's set it to nothing to begin with. Then we'll set the destination here. Put this up there. And then if there are any more than these, then we want to do a different thing and change this. Okay, so how do we figure this out? So we want this to be the size with no other considerations. Actually, it's just pretty much that, right? The global position plus the size. Size times right. I think that might work. Oh, we'll only need to count the slots that are docked. That's right. All right, well, let's test this out anyway and only test it with docked slots for right now. Well, I guess it's technically not possible. Yeah, it's not possible. Because you have to have one undocked in order to dock it, which means you're always going to do one more than you should have. Yeah, so it's going one slot too far to the right. Okay, that's fine. We get the last child in the instance container and use its position plus size. Yeah, that'll work. So how do we dock these things? Reparent to instance container. Otherwise, reparent to this, the instances manager. Yeah. Okie dokie. And we just need the final one of those. So is there a last child, get child? Can you pass negative numbers to this? I never remember. It's by its index. Negative indices, access the child from the last one. Yeah, cool. All right, so -1. So we just want to get the last one's position. Global position. This doesn't necessarily exist because child is just a control. Oh, controls don't have a global position. How do we do this? They don't even have a position? What? That shouldn't be correct, right? Wait, okay, hold on. Instance container holds controls, but that's possibly only to have made this easier. Are instance slots controls? Is this going to crash? It did crash. How fun. All right, let's reopen that. Yeah, they're controls. And let's go look this up then. Godot control. Get child returns node, is that why? I think it returns... Oh wait, is that why? I thought it said it was a control. Get child -1 var foo equals this. And then just cut this out for now. And set this to whatever it thinks the type is. Oh yeah, there's a node. Okay. So we'll just make this a control then. Last instance slot. And then get that. Okay, so get the last instance slot position plus its size. And then no need to offset this, although maybe we want to. We want it to be at half the y coordinate? No, maybe not. I don't know. No, let's just try that. Isn't it get child control? There probably is. Okay, this is technically working, but then it shifts the positions of these. Either way, I think it looks better than it going into the center and then shifting the position. Yeah. And now if we get one more instance. Yeah, now what happens if we do this? Hey, nice. It's actually pretty good. Animates it going over there. Yeah. In fact, I wonder if we should make that go a tiny bit slower. But no, I think it's fine for now. Okay, so can we always do this? We won't necessarily have a last instance slot. I mean, I guess we could just check that here, right? Also, does get child let you use generics here? Apparently it does. So this positions it. I'm going to leave this as is, yeah. Hey, Sins. What can I look up for getting chat messages to the game? I've built a chat bot before. I'm not totally sure what you mean. You mean you just want to automatically type in messages into my chat? So you want to like type in J50 or something like that? Because for that, you can use any Twitch client in any language. So whatever language you're comfortable with, you could just look up something like, you know, Twitch client library and then type your language name in. So let's say it's C#, for example, right? Like Twitch client C#. Yeah, so Twitch lib. Why is that valid code and not a nullable type? Why is this valid code? Get child can't return null. There's a thing called get child or null if you want it to return null. Yeah. In which case you would need to check to see if this thing exists. But the way get child works is that it will fail if it, yeah, it would throw, yeah. Wondering how you got that to communicate with the jump game you have. Oh, you want to see the code? Because the code is there. So you can see exactly how this was made. Just go into Jump Royale and then source. And then you should see all the Twitch stuff here. Twitch chat client. It's all right here. I can link this in the chat directly if you want. Yeah, it would throw an exception. Yeah, sure thing. Okay, so where's the thing I wrote down about this? Yeah, this one. All right. Weirdly enough, we got some UID files in here. That's probably my bad. This one's Kevin's bad. Movement functions is something he made. I'll just say add UID file. This hardly matters. And this animates to a different position. Animate docking to the correct position. It used to always animate to the center of the bottom. Now it'll offset to the right based on how many docked slots there are. Yeah, no worries. Okay, so this is fine. Yeah, no problem here. Node extensions now has a call next frame. And he already said he'd look at this for other ones. That's totally fine. And then call next nth frame. All right, so I think there should be a note for this. But let me make sure there isn't one in some other part of the code. Yeah, here it is. Silly, but we do need to wait 2 frames for this to work. My understanding is because we show a new container and the container takes 1 extra frame to report its size. Okay, so I want to write something like this in node extensions. Yeah. Okay, so sometimes you really do have to... Wait, though, isn't any time we have to do this gonna cause this to show in the wrong location at first? Like, where do we use this right now? Just here. And we resize it and we clamp it to the viewport. Can you show something immediately in Godot? I guess you can't because there's no concept of drawing a frame at that very moment. So we made visible the next frame. Then its size will be computed. Can we force a size computation before that? Never liked this. Where did I even write this stuff down? Process frame. Yeah. Making a label and setting its text as an immediately updated size. Call get combined minimum size instead of size. And if that doesn't work, if the canvas item is only just shown in the scene tree, then wait for process frame. Okay, so possibly what we could do is wait 1 frame and then call get combined minimum size. I think that might work. Yeah, I know you said it doesn't work reliably, but you were waiting for at least 1 frame and then doing that, right? Because if you're waiting 0 frames, then it makes sense that it wouldn't always work. So yeah, I wonder if we could set... You were, okay. God, what a stupid problem. Oh, what a stupid problem. Visible nodes may not ever have their proper size reported. Still an oddity on Windows where the size of something is reported as 0 even after waiting for the next frame. Everything's working fine on macOS, but on Windows, consider calculating the size of that thing yourself. Private Skeleseller code is here. What do we do? In this? Probably want some type of event instead. Well, it has to do with Godot's internal workings with how it computes the size of something. That thing needs to be visible. We need to wait for the thing to be visible. Then we need to have Godot compute the size usually, but it can still sometimes be wrong. I think this is a Godot bug more than it is a bug for us, but I haven't done a lot of the research myself. Size is wrong even after waiting for a frame. Whoops, I meant to search this. I don't know. Yeah. Has to be something extremely novel if it's a bug. So I'm suggesting anything about design. I'm not totally sure I understand what you mean. I guess the way I look at it is I'm like 95% sure this is a bug in Godot. And I want to see what the Godot people have said about this. Because one of the things that they might say is like, we're fixing this in 2 weeks. in which case we shouldn't do anything really. We should just wait 2 weeks, and who cares what hacks we have for that 2 weeks. But if they say, oh yeah, this is just a known engine limitation, or this is a problem due to this other thing, we could fix the other thing. So I'd like to find out more about this, but it might be hard to find the specific issue. Disappears, infinite recursion. Unless maybe this, no. Not updated after locale change. Okay, I don't care about that too much. Variable position of a node is not ready. No. Come on. Window size not applied. Huh. Interesting. Well, people do mention the whole get combined minimum size. I guess maybe we could search for that. I wonder what you're trying to do if you hit a case where you need to wait exactly 2 frames instead of doing something differently. Yeah. I know what you mean. Waiting for 2 frames is a code smell. And it's possible it's a bug, and it's possible that we're just doing something wrong. And I'm saying I think it's a bug. Where do people mention this stuff? Setting size, error on this. I don't see anything that fits. Man. Yeah, maybe I'll just search Google next. Yeah, it's too bad. Okay. Godot node size being reported incorrectly. There hasn't been a bug filed on this stuff. You need to wait until it's been sorted for the new size to be accessible. Usually involves waiting 1 frame. Explain what happened. I have a deactivated button with a script, and as a child of it, a label. In the button script, there's an export variable, so I can reference the label. All right, well, this does not seem very helpful. Getting the size of a child control node. Are these control nodes that we're talking about here? Resize to fit instance slot. Yeah, this would be. Do use await process frame. And don't do that in ready. Okay, this might be the key that we need. Were we ever calling this from ready? Toolbar action press. No, not in this case. Interesting though. I never thought about whether this would work or not from ready. And that's probably in a lot of cases where we want to do that. Although I wonder why they say this. It just looks like from testing is when they got that. Yeah. I would love to see some official Godot response on this though, or a bug or something that people have pointed to on this. It just feels like this has bitten us so many times. Okay, let's look up one more thing then, I guess. Control node size. Too many issues. Oh man, I thought the whole wait for process frame would help with that. Control process frame. Setting scale Tab container. No, I'll look through these, and then I should probably give up on this. Yeah, I don't see anything. Man, that's too bad. It's really too bad. I guess I'll link to this and just say, how do we link to this specific post? Like this? Yeah. Maybe this has to do with trying to wait for the next frame from ready specifically, as mentioned here. Yeah. Doesn't seem like it's a problem in our case. So for this, I'm not totally sure we should write. Sometimes we have to wait for, we only ever really need to wait for 2 frames. So I guess I should say this. There are many valid cases where we have to wait for a frame before doing something. E.g. waiting for a node to become visible to compute its size. However, there are rare cases that we don't fully understand, which require us to wait for 2 frames. See these? Okay, let's take a look at these. Number of places where I want to initialize a bunch of control nodes inside the container, get their position and size. It has to be calculated at the end of the frame. There's no way to get this information within the same frame as I'm instantiating these scenes. Oh, that's why they said sorted earlier. I see. As long as all nodes are added to the tree, you can send the sort notification to calculate the layout immediately. Better get used to writing deferred codes is a common pattern in Godot. All the complexity it adds is adding an await process frame. Related to that, unable to force update, yeah. The thing is, they make it sound like you just need to wait for 1 frame. If that were all that it took, I don't really mind that. But it takes more than that in some cases, and it only seems to be on Windows. I'd also love to be able to debug this. I mean, I guess I can try it on Windows, but it's just, I need to like set up a whole Windows environment. Am I testing? Notifications for children doesn't measure the children. All right, and then what's this one about? This is an actual issue. A way to force components to update after new data set. Godot seems unable to do this. The controls are updated as well. Pushes the problem ahead 1 frame. This was 6.5 years ago. Since you specify the minimum size, it makes sense. Actual size is computed. I believe you need a single frame for. Let's see some more modern stuff. Yielding a frame is sufficient about 80% of the time, but sometimes 2 frames is necessary. So I'm using the following code. Has anyone commented on that? Set anchors and offsets. Preset. Behavior of the label in this program is admittedly strange. Interesting. Make something visible. That won't happen until the next frame. Then once it's visible, it takes another frame for the container to get the right size. Yeah, I guess I'll link to these things. There are some issues that talk about this, e.g. this 12058. and 2623. Some people do comment on having to wait 2 frames. So let me think about this too. Is there another way we could potentially accommodate whatever it is we're trying to wait 2 frames for? Because in this case, it's get the size of this thing so that we can fit it inside the viewport. I guess if Godot had some node that always made sure something was inside the viewport, then it'd be fine. But I don't think there is such a node. It'd have to be a control node, which means we'd have to find it in here. I don't think there is anything. It'd probably be a container. Isn't that an automatic UI control to fit the parent in a sense? Why code at all? I don't know how we do that without this. Like you're basically saying there'd be a control only solution of this. Like we have some sort of panel container. And let's say we gave this a minimum size of whatever, 250 by 250. And just for laughs, it's already visible. So how would we get this to stay within the parent? And yeah, I don't know if there's a way to do that. Because technically in this case, a control, I think, does have a size. Yeah, it does. But there's no like make sure that all children fit within this. The way you do that is with a container, and the container can control the position of its children, but it would know it need to know the size. It need to have some logic for positioning and sizing the children. And that is code. So yeah, I don't think there's a way of saying, sorry, I don't think there's a built-in way, a container that already says, hey, you can put a child anywhere in here, but it can't go outside of this, and you handle positioning it yourself. Portions, arranges, centers it. Unless flow container had something like this, it would need some like arbitrary setting in it. It doesn't have an arbitrary setting. We can make this take up the full screen and then put our panel container inside of it. But then, whoops. And then, but yeah, nothing's going to let us position this at that point. Yeah, children of container get their position determined only by their parent. Oh, in fact, that's the problem, right? Then container can never be the thing that does this. Unless Godot already coded something that keeps it on the screen. Anyway, I'm not sure. In some of those cases, you could maybe find a built-in way of accomplishing your task, e.g. centering text inside a label. It's just a property of the label itself. Oh, hey, 2 days ago. My testing source children doesn't measure the children. Oh, yeah, I already read that. I wonder if they're going to do this, though. Like, let's say we had a function that does this, and anytime we need the size of something, we just call this recompute size function that they're going to probably add. I mean, I guess it would work. I guess we don't need to wait for future frames. I wonder if I could produce, maybe this is what we need to do, produce a minimal repro of a case where we do need 2 frames to do something. But the thing is, they're always inconsistent. But I think that's probably the way we'd get someone kind of official at Godot to comment on this sort of thing. Yeah. All right, well, for now, let's get back to what we were writing here, which is that we sometimes need to do this. They typically involve multiple containers. I guess a parent container whose visibility changes, and then a child container that needs its size based on the parent. Yeah. Okay, so delete all this stuff, delete this stuff. We also have that one issue about a chain of containers with a rich text label. We have our own issue about that. Oh, this one? All right, 102.096. 102.096 is somewhat specific, involving what, a container and a rich text label. Okay. What have people said about this? Getting the same bug. Custom minimum size will fix this. Related to this issue. Pop up with container and auto wrap. Doesn't sort properly. Maybe that's what we're really running into then, is the sorting is broken in our specific case. Hey, Goose. I don't know. I don't know if that's the case. And also testing this is going to be a little bit difficult. It's me, Goose. Oh, hi, Goose. Thanks for clarifying. All right, where do we leave off in the PR then? Here. Okay, so I wrote the comments for this at least. I guess this is done. Then we get to Adventurer. Adventurer now stores the Adventurer class. This is not typically how we've done things. Yeah, this is not typically how we've done things. We get it from a component. So whatever is trying to use this should probably be changed. Okay. Adventurer component A. We could write something that does this in the adventurer itself. It is something that's pretty common to do, but until we get to that point, I'd rather not add something new here. And this should work exactly the same way. So let's go test this out. Oh, in fact, I think we have a function in adventurer component that does this. Yeah, there, get adventurer class. Adventurer component dot get adventurer class A. There we go. All right, that's a little bit nicer, and now we can delete this. Yeah, couldn't find that. No, that's fair. In fact, we should probably have an all adventure data get from an adventurer, but it's fine. Okay, so adventurer can now delete this stuff. Let's make sure we restore this to exactly what it was. Got rid of 2 lines up here and got rid of 1 line there. Yeah, that should be good. Add comment or call next nth frame. And then here it is access adventurer class through our ECS. Cool. Okay, so done with that. Dialog box can now call clamp to viewport. Let's take a look at that. I cannot type this to save my life. All right. So clamp to screen, get viewport rect, get rect. How's that looking? Correct. New position size, clamp to screen. Position size. I guess only the size is used on the second rectangle. In which case, no, its position is used. Oh, but it's control.get rectangle. And I was what, forming that myself? What a stupid thing. Yeah, I don't know what I was thinking with that. Yeah, it was something that we made for this project. Looking back, I'm not actually certain how much it's helped. Like if you ever want behaviors to be shared across classes, sometimes it's good to have the entity component system. But typically, other reasons you do this are for things like cache coherence. You have sort of all of your entities arranged contiguously in memory, or all of your components arranged contiguously in memory, and you access them very rapidly, so you don't need to have any cache misses for that. We didn't do that. And another reason you might have it is so that you can, well, kind of anything you might do with entities, any sort of like emergent behavior in a game, let's say, you code two systems that you didn't plan for any interaction between them, but they just naturally interact that way. So I don't know, depending on your scenario, it can either ease or complicate things. Does clamp to viewport change the size? It doesn't. And here we did. Oh, wait, no, here we do. I see. All right, so let's go test that out. We open up a dialog box, and then we should just still only be able to move this on screen. Yeah. And then when we shrink the screen, yeah, it looks like everything's fine there. Can you do inversion of controller dependency injection in Godot? Yeah, sure. Yeah. I mean, it all depends on to what extent exactly. Like you can't pass into a label to use your own text renderer, for example. That's not possible. But you could just write that yourself if you really wanted to. Okay, so I think this is fine. Now, instance slot. We've looked over some of these changes, but not all of them. I gotta think of what I'm doing this afternoon. Probably fixing that shader issue. Well, today had to happen. There's no debating that. This stuff's all being used. Just making sure these things weren't just left around for no reason. Yeah, toolbar action pressed. We invoke this and then it's listened to over here. Sure. Seeing more for unit testing, all the logic stuff. Yeah, you can definitely do that. Okay. So set docked and set whether the drag controller is enabled. Sounds good. This will make the slot collapse to the top when undocked and down when docked. Oh, interesting. Oh, I never thought about that. That's pretty good. All right, so now minimized. Set whether it's minimized, set whether this thing's visible. I'm going to delete one line there. This is fine. I know it might seem like we have that comment in two places, and I guess we kind of do, but yeah, we'll leave that there for now. Okay, we never used to get the camera. Why do we get the camera now? Because we instantiate the instance with it? That's strange. Only so that we can set its position to 0. That Shouldn't. Oh, maybe that's needed because when you collapse the instance slot, it gets set to a weird position. I'll have to look into that. But that should all be new code, right? Camera dot position. It's not new code. What? I think that was already there. Oh yeah, you're right. Oh, I thought that was highlighted green. Whoops. Yeah, okay. I am a little confused on why we do that. Oh, I think I know. A long time ago, we'd planned on, I think, moving the camera to a different part of the instance. I think we even had that working, didn't we? Oh my God, that was forever ago. Yeah, I don't think that's needed anymore. Yeah, wild. I think we can remove that. Yeah, I'll write this down. Try removing the camera from, what is this, instance.cs? I think it's from when we moved between rooms. And yeah, we don't have that concept anymore. All right, scrolling back up to where we left off though. Made it to here, get all these things. Set that the drag controller is not enabled by default. Assuming that this thing's gonna be docked. And we might want to get rid of this in a later PR, but for now it's fine. Set up title label. Oh, I never actually tested that after I made some change. Yeah, it says rogue. Then we edit this and we include, let's say, those classes. So mage, warrior, cleric. I'm waiting for them to reach the portal. Okay, so it doesn't update while you're hovering over it. We could make it do that. Probably not super important. Yeah, because we set the text here instead of calling set text, I think. Title label tooltip dot set text and update. Yeah, so if I do that, then I think that fixes it. All right, so let's unlock all the adventurers to begin with. Let's create an instance. It should say rogue, paladin, archer, cleric. Now we're going to leave the battle and turn it into just the warrior, let's say. And yeah, nice. Now it gets updated immediately. Cool. I don't think anyone will care about that, but we can do it anyway. All right, set end screen is now called. Content container. Add child. I wonder what we did before that. Hey, DevNull. Hope front page day one. Well, yeah, it did. Yeah. How's your Friday going? Because it's going pretty well over here. Set end screen. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't remember what this used to do, but we probably just modified this thing. Where is that set end screen? It used to just directly add to it. Yeah. And now we add it to the content container. Sounds good. Resize to fit. Size equals the panel container size. Where is that called? Doing well. Glad to hear it. Yeah, things have been good today. I've been making progress and everything. I just feel like I'm not totally sure where I should be focusing my effort. I definitely think these PRs are worthwhile, and I think that Kevin did some really good work here, especially with this one. Like being able to move the battle windows around, minimize them, and then redock them. Oh, that broke. Whoops. That was my bad. Oh, because I checked here if the number of instance slots, not the docked ones. Okay, this is what I meant to check. If instances container dot what has children? No, get child count equals 0. Yeah, there. That fixes that problem. Whoops. Anyway, being able to do this stuff is really important because especially if you're on a smaller screen or you're zoomed in quite a lot, like imagine if this is what size you want to be able to play the game and then you have a bunch of different battles set up. Like right off the bat now your town is this tiny little area here that you can see. And sure, you can zoom out. Maybe your window's even smaller than this though. It does not like that, huh? No, this is just stuck. Oh man. I thought that was only when the windows are minimized. I guess there's another problem with that. HK. So we resize the window. Okay, yeah, my bad. I don't even know where that went. All right, we gotta write that down. Bug start 3 battles. Don't minimize the battles. Shrink the game window. Result, one of the windows seemingly disappears. Do we have 3 open? I don't even know. We don't have space between this though. What if we do this? Okay, so that's fine. Oh, I see what's happening. Okay, yeah, it's much more obvious if you're doing the repro yourself. But yeah, the third window will stack on top of, will start to stack on top of the second. Just resize the window. Yeah, but yeah, I really like this change. I wonder where people will put these things. Maybe they will just minimize them most of the time. This is probably going to lead to people asking for a way to start any number of battles that they want. And I don't think we should ever allow for that. Oh, also, what happens when we try to start a new battle now? All right, it closed a window. We start another new battle, closed another window, and we start another new battle. Yeah. Are you going to add window focusing? Yes. Yeah. That's necessary for this. Because yeah, right now there's no way to see the window behind this. And if you totally stack them on top of each other, then there'd be no way to do that either. Maybe we should try to prevent that somehow. Like you can't put a window too close to another one. It always offsets it by a little bit at least. Yeah, I'm in the Seattle-ish area. Interesting. We should maybe write that down. Should consider not allowing you to, what's the word? I can't think of the word. But anyway, like completely overlap 2 windows. If 2 windows are positioned within X pixels of one another, bump one by Y pixels. Well, is stacked. The word I was thinking is, I think an adverb for when the majority is being stacked, like when 2 windows blank overlap. I don't know what it is. I don't know what I was thinking of. Yeah, I can't think of it. Okay, where did we leave off? I've made a bunch of small changes. I should probably commit those before I move on too much farther. Oh yeah, resize to fit. Where did that get called? Resize to fit. Just in here when you set minimize. Got it. To the point where we probably don't want a specific function just for that, do we? We could probably just put this up at the top. I think I'm going to do that. If anything else called resize to fit, I would probably do something about it, but I think it's easier to just read it if it's a one-liner. All right, then set up title label, get all of these, just concatenate them all together, set these things. Yeah. Yeah, sounds good. Superimpose. I don't know what I was thinking of. Hey, Mikris. Mikris, this is, I think, the second time you've said this exact same message now. Except for you changed it slightly this time. I'm still curious about the sentiment behind this message, especially if you feel that it is spammable. All right, so we got that. The only other thing I didn't check was what happens when you change locations. So if we edit this to go to the volcano, let's say, it says forest at the top until they start the new battle. Yeah, that says volcano. Oh, maybe it was overwhelmingly is the word I was looking for. When they overwhelmingly overlap. It's something along those lines. Yeah, I don't know. All right, let's check in some of the things I've done so far. Because we made a few small changes here. This is enough kind of easy stuff that we'll just check in this stage. All right, so this is like make minor changes. Got rid of a blank line and inlined a function. Cool. Now what else did we do? Fix bug with my, hang on one second. My wife is calling and she knows I'm streaming, so this might be important. Hang on one sec. Okay, she thought it was lunchtime. Hey, Alithera, welcome in. Okay, so fix bug with my, what was this? Animation change. I was comparing the wrong type of instance slots. I was comparing the count of all instance slots, not just the docked ones. So the else could fail to set last instance slot. Yeah. Lunchtime is important. I should probably go get lunch pretty soon. I want to finish this PR though. And then update tooltip correctly. Yeah. All right, so we have looked through all of this. How many more files do we have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 5 files. Let's try to look through them all. So we now get instance slots. We never tracked these before. I guess we didn't have to, which means that the way I was doing this iteratively could probably be changed. Instance slots. Yeah, this, get instance slots. This is unnecessary now, right? Possibly. Yeah, possibly. We add it here. And then where do we remove it? We remove it as soon as it's been closed. Why didn't I store these in the past like this? It still has ones that are queued for deletion? It shouldn't though, because it removes them immediately and then we call queue free on this thing. Unless it can get removed from somewhere else. Yeah, so I think we can get rid of num instance slots, or rather just back it by the count of this thing. We could just do that. So now instead of being O(n), it's constant time. Although at that point we could also just replace all of these things. But it's public, so that means it's something outside of here is calling it. So no, let's keep it like this. I think this is fine. Like I said, at least it's constant time now. Anywhere else we called get instance slots though? Oh yeah, all over the place. Oh, okay. Yeah. All right, let's just see what we can do here. How many do we have? 8. All right, so this would be instance slots. We get the oldest one by doing that. That's fine. We don't need this anymore, probably. What is your game's default resolution? I think it's 1080p. But we tried to make it so that just the larger your window is, the more of the game you can see. Because there's no real advantage for well, there's an advantage. There's no real like competitive advantage for doing that. Some games, the more you could see, you'd be able to do better than other players. Like I always wonder, even in StarCraft and StarCraft 2, if you could just zoom out a little further, would that make pros way better at the game? And maybe not. I don't know. Makes it harder to click your units. Probably makes it easier to see what's going on though. Yeah, I'm just gonna blanket replace all these things. And then that means we don't need this anymore. Change type. So this could turn into this. Is it a list? It is a list. Yeah. And then this is the first one of these. We know that it exists. I guess that's fine. Here, we don't need this anymore. Replace that. The last one. Anything else that's weird about this? No, that's pretty much it. All right, let's go try it out. Maybe able to get rid of the is queued for deletion. Oh, was there something outside of this that was calling that? Because if so, I probably just broke that. It was public. Uh-oh. No, nothing outside of this did call that. So is queued for deletion shouldn't exist anymore, right? Yeah, this. Resize scroll container. So get children of type instance slot. Well, this should have never even been needed, even in the old code. This is just me not using get instance slots, right? Instance slots where they're not queued for deletion. Instance slots. Wait, that's not right. Was that updated? Was it? Yes, it was. And yes, it was what I thought it was before. So then this could have been changed. So ideally we would get instance container size.x. However, it seems that under some unknown conditions on Windows systems, the reported width is 0. To work around that, we compute the actual size ourselves. We don't use instance slots since we're only interested in the slots that are docked. No, then we do have to check things this way, right? Wait, hold on. Instances container. Probably what we should do is just track which ones are docked and which ones are not docked. This is fine. Anyway, I'm pretty sure we do need this to look this way. Okay, so let's just rerun this. All right, it won't be easy to test every single possible scenario we would have had. Like we close a slot. Oh, we already broke it. Oh man. All right, yeah. I hadn't thought of that. We're iterating over slots, but we're closing them as we're iterating over them. We could just get a copy of this if we want to. Like so. Now let's get another list. List, instance slot. Is this going to be a problem? We could just get a list of the things that we want to close. And then add this here. Slots to close, dot add. And then iterate over all of them and close them. Although if we're going to do this, we just need the IDs of the ones that we want to close. So instance No, it's just an int, isn't it? Slots to close. Yeah, so this is now an int ID in this ID. Wife is gonna call again soon. Oh no, there was nothing like super important. She just wanted to catch up with me and thought I was on my lunch break. Does toList work in the for each? It might. Yeah, it might. I think cloning the list, I don't know. I guess it doesn't really matter. This is only ever called from a manual action anyway, and I guess it can only run up to 3 times. So it's it's pretty much what's the least. Yeah, we could maybe do this and then just get rid of these things and then just close the slot immediately. Yeah, let's try that again. Man, that's actually a scenario I wouldn't have even thought to test, but this debug button automatically tests it. Like I clicked that, I think. I don't know what I did exactly. Nope, something else just broke. What broke? Battle ended. The battle didn't end. Oh man, hang on a second. I think I know what might be going wrong here, but I'm not totally sure yet. It considered us to have fled the battle, which called on battle stage ended, all of this stuff. But then the slot no longer exists because we closed it already. What was in charge of doing that though? Clear. Oh, right there. Is this something that a player can run into? I'm not actually positive. I know I just hit it with a debug function. All right, let's try it. So we put the rogue into a battle, the mage into a battle, the warrior into a battle, and then the cleric into a battle. Yes, it breaks there too. Okay, so show end of battle screen should try to get the instant slot, and if it doesn't exist, just do nothing. This used to be guaranteed to exist, though. Let's try something else really fast. Let's go unlock everything, save the game, quit, open up a build that I put online on Steam. Game, out, Mac. Don't I have a script for this? Open, export a Mac build, yeah. That way I don't need to put it in a temporary folder myself. It'll just go into some location that's going to get deleted eventually anyway. Okay, so now we try loading a game from here. And then that exact same repro. So rogue, mage, warrior, and cleric. Wait for the first battle to start. It did not cause a problem before. Okay, so this is a new bug. Interesting. Interesting. Show end of battle screen. Could have caused this earlier. Oh, because of how we get instant slots now? Ah, yes, I see. I think. No, wait. Do I see? Maybe I don't see. This would have queried the ones that weren't queued for deletion. Whereas now it gets removed immediately. No, but it would have been queued for deletion anyway. It is because it's null, yeah. And we can just, what I think the solution is going to be is we just check if instance slot is null, then just return. I think that's going to be the solution. But I wanted to find out exactly what caused this to happen. So somewhere, I think it would have been queued for deletion still because of this. This code is called at the same time that this code is. Also, what's this about? Interesting. The call stack was on .clear. Let's run it again so I can just get the call stack. All right, start. And actually, if I start the other one too fast, yeah, it doesn't cause a repro. But anyway, let's wait for one of these to start up. There we go. All right, calls this. Oh, yeah, that's true. Interesting. But given that we're fleeing the battle, there's technically no repercussions for doing these things this way. We could alternatively just do this. It's probably not smart though. What does it mean to clear this? We queue free the instance and everything. Let's see if that causes this to repro. So the slot's still gonna exist. It's gonna wipe out the battle. All right. Yeah, that fixes the bug. Um, yeah, let's go with this as our solution then. I think that's fine. So I'm gonna check in just that code because that on its own fixes. Or wait, is that caused by? Oh God. All right, fine. Let's stash that for a second. Stash, and then let's run this, and then let's see if the bug can happen without me making any changes. Because yeah, it might have been caused by the first change that I made. Oops. Yes. Okay. So it was already a bug. So we want to check in just the bug fix at first and then check in the change I made. So where's the call to clear? Here it is. All right. So just get that. Fix bug with replacing a battle. Repro start 3 battles. While the oldest is still running, start a 4th. At this point, slot.clear would end the battle, which would try showing the end battle screen, but instance slots would no longer contain a reference to that slot. I simply reordered the code a bit to fix this. Yeah, so we should see 2 lines changed here. Yep. Or 1 line, depending how you look at it. All right. And then this is to get rid of searching for instance slots the way we used to. Change how we access instance slots. We used to iterate over the children that weren't queued for deletion. Now we always cache the instance slots directly, so we can use that. This is like a minor performance improvement, but in general, it's just slightly cleaner code. Yeah, nothing unusual here. And I fixed the typo. Okay. And then, oh, I should probably write this here. We call toList to prevent concurrent modification. Cool. Oh, okay. Where do we leave off? right, so now we get the animation tweens. Instance slot animation tweens. This is a dictionary of the slot to a tween. So whenever we remove a slot, we should also remove the tween. And I don't know if I saw that happening. I did not see that happening. Technically, it's not possible right now, but it can be possible in the future, so we should probably just fix it now. Instance slot animation tweens dot remove slot. Does this cause an exception if it doesn't exist? Doesn't even have a comment. What? Go find out, because I don't know what it does. Dictionary int test equals whatever. Test dot remove 1. And then how do we get a dictionary in here? This. Run. What am I doing? Returns a bool with whether or not it was removed. Got it. Why is that failing? Oh, maybe because of the .NET version that I'm using. Type or namespace dictionary cannot be found. Where does dictionary exist? If not, oh, I had the wrong collections thing. Okay, cool. Yeah, that works. Okay, so then that should be good. Yeah, that should be good. All right, toolbar action pressed. Oh, did I fix another one of these things? No, I don't think so. Oh my God, if that close button thing actually fixes how everyone's interacting with the game, that would be great. I did note, though, that most people stop doing that after playing for about an hour. But it's still confusing for people who've only been playing it for 30 minutes or something. Hey, Formula, what am I working on? I'm working on a game called Skeleseller. And oh, why is this not, am I broken in somewhere? Hang on one sec. I think I just never restarted this. Yeah. Anyway, Skeleseller is a very, very casual game. It's not intended to be too complex or anything, where you send adventurers into battle. They fight automatically for you, and then you sell the items that they find. Can I promote a project of my own? No. Oh man. We, for whatever reason today, had 2 accounts that have come in the last week, or have been created a week ago. I wonder what it was about April 18th that caused people to make accounts. Yeah, I appreciate asking. I think that's good. I think generally, by the way, going into any stream that seems at least somewhat established and asking, hey, can I share my own project, is probably not going to be met with a yes answer, but it's always worth a shot, I guess. All right, so this is just free the tweens. Hey, Font. Yeah, welcome in. If you want to check out the game, it's on Steam. Can I promote my project? I've talked about this before, but every once in a while, I'll be in a stream where the person actually knows me, and I'll say something like, can I self-promote? And they'll say yes because they're nice, and I just type like me promotes himself to whatever, Admiral or something like that. But I feel bad because it kind of plays on their generosity anyway for me to have a stupid joke at the end of it. So I find it funny, but the streamer probably does not find it funny. Clean up animation tween when removing slot. This isn't, well, this shouldn't be a problem. Actually, it could be. Right now, this is just a safe thing to do. There's only a 0.2 second window where this could even happen, and it's unlikely to happen in that time anyway. Yeah. What engine am I using? I'm using Godot. Okay. So we call into this. Man, I gotta get food. I really gotta get food. I think this is the last big file though. Prevent actions. Well, oh, interesting. So this never would have even been a problem. No, it still technically could be because you can close a window by starting a new battle. Oh man, that's crazy. Rest of the stuff's all fine though. Doc, I'm gonna assume this is good, but we really should read through that. So let's read through that in a second. Anything else that we have? I've already changed these things. Yeah, so we need to look at doc and undock. Instances, manager, doc. I already modified this. So we tween it to where it should go. When it's finished, we reparent it. We set it to docked. We change the scroll thing. Sounds good. This one we just immediately reparent so that it can be floating. Otherwise we couldn't move it. And then when finished, we remove the tween. Sounds good. Cool. Hey, Casey. Thought about any special rewards for having multiple battles active at the same time? Rewards? So the way I look at this is what are the incentives that are already kind of in the game? And battling gives you items, which lets you sell them for money, which then lets you do pretty much everything in the game, right? So your incentive is already get more items. So to have multiple battles at once is something that most players are just naturally going to do anyway. So like I've got the rogue fighting there and I've got maybe like 4 other adventurers fighting up here. This on its own is already beneficial for you. So I think adding any other rewards for you doing this would probably just be a layer too much. Like we'd have to clarify what's going on there. What's the game about? I don't know if you heard the intro earlier. I was saying you send adventurers into battle, you sell the items they find, you build up your town. It's a very casual town management game. And I linked in the Steam page a few messages above if you want to take a look there too. But it's pretty much what you saw here. I've been working on it for a little over a year. And yeah, things are going pretty well there. We're looking through a PR right now that added in this ability to undock battle windows and minimize them and redock them. Oh, this actually lets you change the order of them now that I think about it. Not that that's easier than if there were a button to do so, but it does make me think we should probably delete the carousel things that I added in. Anyway, doesn't matter too much. Can I use the engine if I haven't seen the play? No. I'm sorry, it's not allowed. Welcome in yellow. Your name color is yellow. Okay, so this is finally done. And we are left with what? 3 files? 4 files? This one is very simple. Cool, we're done. This one, I think I looked at a little bit. We now added an enabled property, clamp it differently. Yeah, this is fine. And then this is a brand new file. So let's look at that one. Instance slot toolbar. This should be super straightforward. It just emits a signal based on the action, the thing that you pressed. And minimize. Yeah, the only thing I might have considered is calling this restore, which is Windows parlance for the opposite of minimize, I believe. But I don't care. So yeah, I think this is good. This is not what I'd expect. Because this is also changing whether or not this thing is docked, not even just the visibility. But I think that's fine. Display color is very, very fitting. Yeah. All right, looks good. So let's go sync these changes and merge. Oh, wait. Okay, Kevin, I might need a sort of fast follow-up on this, which is to put this behind a feature flag. Because I'm probably going to work on the shader thing next. So I could merge this now. Maybe I'll just write that it's ready to be merged. Yeah. Actually, let's do that. Hey, Ironham. Hey, out of curiosity, I'm glad you like the game. How did you find out about the game? Okay, I'm just gonna say this looks great, and I think people are really going to like this feature. I have some follow-up items that we should do in a separate PR. Actually, I should file those as an issue, right? Yeah, let's copy paste all of this. Oh, we can't copy paste. Darn it. It's not gonna let us copy paste the images. I mean, I can try it and see what happens, but I'm nearly positive this isn't gonna work. Let's see what happens when we paste here. It just doesn't even, it froze the page. Oh, no, there we go. Okay, so it pasted in all the base 64. Out of curiosity, could we preview this? I'd be pretty impressed. No. Yeah, no. Body cannot be longer than 65,000 characters. Yeah. All right, well, we have to do this the hard way then. All right, let's get it. So image 1, image 2. We don't need these things here. Where was image 2 even in the text? I only see one image. Wait, what? Did I just read image 2, but there was no image 2? No. It was just image 1. Yeah, there is no image 2. Okay, yeah. So this shouldn't be that hard. Idlefest thing on Steam a while back. Oh, wow, cool. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm really hoping Next Fest picks up a bunch of new players. Why I'm using Google Docs instead of Notion or ClickUp. I've got a Google Docs command, but there's no like Notion or ClickUp there necessarily. Also, Mikrus, I was actually serious about my question earlier. Why are you starting the stream like this every day? Because you should stop doing that unless you actually have a reason for saying this. All right, so the way we've got to copy this, look at how ridiculous this is. We hit copy as markdown. We get all of the image data from here. Delete the closing thing. Go to base 64 conversion website. Click this, decode, copy it from here now, and then paste it into GitHub. Yeah, in fact, can we do it like that? If I do image 1, does that work? That's actually not a bad way of doing this. No, that doesn't. Oh well, that's fine. Just paste that there. Okay, and then tab all this stuff back, which we probably can't even do. No, we can. Nice. But it's still broken. Yeah. How's that? I guess delete all of this too. Okay, yeah. All right, so various, what do we call this? Like window battle, window dragging issues / improvements. Now I'm going to assign this to Kevin and create and just write that here. I have some follow-up items we should do in a separate PR, in separate PRs, not just one PR. 924, yeah. I'm not going to merge this though until either this is hidden behind a feature flag or 924 is sufficiently addressed, or I push the shader related fix that I wanted to push, since I don't want people to have access to a 90% working feature just yet. Yeah. Oh man. Okay. I'm quite tired. I took one break over what, 4.5 hours. I should not have done that. Also, I've been having headaches in the evening. I don't know if it's due to like just staring at a screen for as long as I have been. Could be anything though. But I am very hungry. And normally I would have eaten like about a half an hour ago, I guess. Oh, but I also started the stream early. Yeah, so normally I really would have eaten like an hour ago, I guess, if you look at it that way. But today was pretty productive. Let's switch back to main before I forget. I can't easily show the combination of the two things that we worked on, but one was a debug tool, so I guess players won't see that. And then the other was this battle window tool, which players will see, and I think they're really going to like. And in the afternoon, we got to work on a shader issue, and then whatever it is that I have the energy / motivation to do. Let's fill out the journal as well before I forget. What happened? There we go. Okay, so merge two beefy PRs. Yeah, it's pretty much it so far. Not drinking enough while doing a lot of computer work. 100% headache for me. Yeah. How much have I had? Not probably as much as I should have so far. Well, thank you all for being here. Thanks for watching. I will be back in probably about an hour. If you want to join Discord, there are the links. If you want to play the game. This was last uploaded, I want to say Wednesday. And the last big thing that we did, which let me show this super fast because I'm still very, very happy with this work. This is mostly Quickie Joe's doing. I only coded a tiny bit of it. Uh-oh. Oh, I gotta click this. Okay, my bad. All right. Still, I want to show this. Give me one sec. We have the new enchanter. Unfortunately, the books are really tiny because of a bug that we're going to fix in the afternoon. But yeah, the building itself, the mana crystal, this is all looking really good. And yeah, if you zoom in quite a lot, you'll actually see our very tiny books. There they are. All right, I'm gonna get going. Thank you all for watching and see you in about an hour.